the app, they'll see over 3,000 wheels listed throughout the United States and in some cases overseas, and they can easily sign up and make a transaction if they choose to, or if they want to empty their garage and make a few bucks, they can also list some wheels on there as well.
Now, how do you make money from this? Because these are essentially private transactions. So how is Wheel Price going to make money?
Yeah, great question. We have a 10% take rate, meaning at the time of sale, we take 10% of the total price of the wheels. And so we take 3% from the buyer, 7% from the seller, and we connect the buyers to do so.
And right now, people are willing to do this because this is the most efficient way for them to find somebody interested in their product. That's the theory, right?
That's the theory, and we're trying to create additional services around that to make it even easier to do so. One example is around shipping. It's kind of a pain in the butt to ship these really bulky items, and it's really expensive, and we're doing a bunch of things to simplify that.
Okay, so you might have like an option to, let's say, do an Amazon ship or something like that, and then you can get a fee from Amazon for that or something like that?
Exactly. That's the idea. It's we're trying to make it as simple as possible, where you pretty much get all the packaging and the labels, and we've had a lot of progress in that space so far.
Do you have any idea? We're chatting with Wally Nemain, who is a UConn grad and the winner of the Wheel Price, a winner for Wheel Price of the Startup Westport Pitch Competition. Wally, do you have any idea how many people have transacted business as a result of meeting on Wheel Price?
Definitely hundreds, if not thousands. I think one of the biggest opportunity for us, and part of the proceeds that we'll be using, is to build out some AI agents that are going to help keep people on platform. So right now you can sidestep if you wanted to on the platform, and that's something that we're going to address in the future. Similar to Airbnb and Uber, where they keep you on the platform, so they collect the entire commission.
This may be a really dumb question. We're chatting with Peter Propp, who's being very quiet because I'm grilling Wally Nemain on Wheel Price, but I'm loving this. So you've discovered this subculture. It's sort of like the Craigslist for people who love wheels. And that's a great elevator pitch, right? I invented the Craigslist for wheels. It's amazing. But in terms of this car audience, are there other parts of cars or other like antique aficionados or whatever that would be a logical extension of this audience, of this market?
Absolutely. Wheels are the wedge and the introduction to this marketplace. And we chose wheels to start with because what we found is that it's the first component that enthusiasts typically want to upgrade or customize. It's also the most interchangeable. So if you drive a 2015 BMW M3, wheels from that car can also fit a 2012 BMW M3, for example, in most cases. But the vision is to then own the entire customization journey. When someone buys a set of wheels, then they're going to want to buy tires, then they're going to want to buy suspension, then they're going to want to put tint. And then, by the way, they need a place to install it. Our vision is that we can own that entire journey.
You mean like talk to mechanics and different things when you say install? Is that what you
mean? Not
mean?
necessarily talk to mechanics, but if you buy a set of wheels and you want to get tires mounted on them, you typically have to do it at a shop. Right. And if you have this really high-performance sports car, you're probably not going to take it to a Jiffy Lube, for example. You're probably going to take it to a high-performance shop. And I think there's something there for us to explore where we can send that lead over to a shop, for example. There's a lot of things that we can do there. But really it comes back to community. We're really grounded with our community and what they want, what they're looking for.
So Wally Nemain, is this a full-time gig for you now?
It is a full-time gig for me.
How are you eating? How are you making money when you do a startup? And it's a question I want to ask Peter afterward as well, because, people have to figure out a way to eat when they are entrepreneurs.
I think that's a great question. I don't think it's talked about enough. Unfortunately, I don't have a very rich uncle. But, we've bootstrapped ourselves. Luckily, I've made some pretty decent investments, and I've kind of been living off of that. But definitely a change in pace in terms of day-to-day, and you just have to cut back on certain things. It's definitely a sacrifice, but I think it's a sacrifice worth making. I have an incredible team, and I believe in the team, and that's really what makes it worth it.
So,
Lisa, to emphasize that point that you raised. It's a really good one. Oftentimes when we talk to early stage companies and they show us their P&L, right? What are they going to spend money on? What are they going to make money on? Often early stage investors or early stage companies don't think about showing the salaries of the founders and things like that. And that is a tell on the negative side for investors. They do not want to be investing in startups who are not planning to pay themselves, because they want that team to stay on board and be happy and successful. So it's really important that founders think about a business that's sustainable for not only for themselves, for their investors, but for the long run of the company.
Right. And that's when you're asking for money so you can actually put together a budget. But before you get the money, you have to figure out a way to not starve.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Exactly. There's a few different phases. If I could, Lisa,
sure.
One of the things I wanted to mention around the pitch competition and Wally and Wheel Price is that Wally is a great example of someone who's taken advantage of a lot of different Connecticut programs. He and I met when I was running Stanford Innovation Center 10 years ago. And when he showed up at Startup Westport, I got all excited because I knew what a great guy he was. He then joined our mentorship program, and he got advice from one of the most successful local startups, a company called Manifest that is doing all sorts of cool work with defense contractors for the military. And so Mark Frankel is that CEO. He's been Wally's mentor. He helped him through a lot of different phases of his growth, and was really, really supportive. And our mentorship program is available to anybody for free. And so you can just go to startupwestport.org/mentorship, and you can say what you're looking for. Oh, I need a mentor who can help me explain how to do financial modeling for my business, or I need a mentor to help me move into a new category of career.
That's amazing. That is so great that you do this.
Yeah, so Startup Westport, we know that startups and tech companies are exciting, but we know that the need in the market is for broader help. And so, we have a huge mentorship program. We have 400 people participating in the program since we launched it. And we do one-on-one mentoring. We also do classroom education. And our fifth cohort for the mentorship program kicks off in January. We run 2 of those cohorts a year, each about 4 to 5 months. And the mentorship program actually provided a lot of the teachers that helped out during the pitch program as well.
I'm so excited. If there's anything we can do on the Lisa Wexler Show to keep helping you, let us know. We'll run PSAs, whatever you want us to do. I'm so happy about this. This is really amazing stuff. Really is.
Thank you.
It's the epitome of volunteering and doing good. It is Giving Day. The mentors are not getting paid for this. They're just sharing and paying it forward. And we like to be a part of enterprises like this. So you should create a PSA or something. We'll run it on our show.
Oh, we could do that for sure.
Let's do that.
That's a great idea.
Let's do that. All right, guys. I got to say goodbye, but I've loved chatting with you. Wally Nemain, it's called Wheel Price, and it's wheelprice.com. It's Wheel Price, the app. There were a lot of other wonderful, worthy competitors, but you're the winner, so congratulations. And it's inspirational. And Wally, I'd love you to circle back to me and tell me how it was to present when you go back to a public school in Bridgeport, because that's the name of the game. People really need to see you at the front of the class. You'd be surprised how important that is. It's really important.
I agree. Thank you so much for having us on, Lisa. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your support.
Pleasure. Peter Propp and Wally Nemain, Wheel Price, and Startup Westport, The Pitch.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A rainy and blustery afternoon with a high near 40. The rain will end late this evening as a little light snow after midnight. It'll be windy and cold with a low in the mid-20s. Tomorrow is sunny, blustery with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's December 2nd. On this day in 1983, Michael Jackson's Thriller video premiered on MTV. Number one at the box office in 1993 was Robin Williams in Mrs. Doubtfire.
A man who'd do anything to see his kids.
Norwalk High School began doing this in 1937. Their candlelight concerts have been going on every year since. December 2nd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. With lawmakers demanding to know more about the strikes on alleged drug boats, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is doubling down.
We've only just begun striking narco boats.
And as for questions about a second strike on a boat in September, which killed survivors, and the White House insistence that a Navy admiral ordered it,
we always have the back of our commanders who are making decisions in difficult situations, and we do in this case and all these strikes. They're making judgment calls and ensuring that they defend the American people. They've done the right things. We'll keep doing that, and we have their backs, Mr. President.
Good job.
Hegseth said he didn't know there were survivors. CBS News correspondent Nancy Cortez on Hegseth's comments at the White House cabinet meeting today.
It was notable that you heard Hegseth say that he supports the chain of command. He supports the admirals and generals, and that is because the administration has made it clear that it was not Hegseth who issued an order for a second strike, but that it was actually a Navy admiral. And Democrats argue that that's passing the buck. Hegseth said he's just showing support for those who are below him in the chain of command.
The wife of former Honduras President Juan Orlando Hernandez says he's been released from prison following a pardon from President Trump. The Bureau of Prisons confirmed it. He'd been sentenced to 45 years for aiding drug traffickers. He was arrested in 2022 at the request of the U.S. and convicted in New York. Voters in Tennessee's 7th congressional district are going to the polls today at an important race politically and nationwide. House Speaker Mike Johnson campaigned for the Republican candidate.
Special elections are strange animals, and anything can happen. And when you're in a deep red district, sometimes people assume that the Republican, the conservative, will win, and you cannot assume that.
The holiday deals aren't over yet, as Chris Van Cleve reports.
Today's Travel Deal Tuesday.
It's a big deal.
Booking.com's Ben Harrell says this is their biggest collection of deals ever.
40% off of a lot of accommodations across the world. We have 25% off a lot of rental cars.
From flights to hotels to cruises, the travel world is on sale.
Travel Deal Tuesday is really the last day we're expecting to see really good prices for Christmas and New Year's trips.
Haley Berg is Hopper's lead economist.
We typically see 3 to 4 times more bookings than on the average Tuesday or on Black Friday and Cyber Monday combined.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. The Dow Jones Industrial's up 147 points, and the NASDAQ Composite Index up by 143. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Oil investments involve a high degree of uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
Drill, baby, drill. President Trump has declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Call 800-696-5531 now and connect directly to Encore Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Don't wait. The clock is ticking and time is running out for this write-off for 2025. Call Encore Energy now at 800-696-5531 and find out how your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-696-5531. That's 800-696-5531.
A personal finance columnist came up with a list of regrets she hears from retirees. Guess what was on the top of the list? Wishing they'd had a plan for their retirement. And that's the kind of thing that David Gagnon talks about every week on his show, Mastering Your Wealth. Join him Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. And be sure to check him out online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The newly elected Bridgeport City Council has failed to elect a new president. Mayor Joe Ganim presided over Monday's first meeting since the council members were sworn in for new terms. Councilwoman Jeanette Herron received 10 votes for president, and last session's leader, Aidi Nieves, received 8 votes, with 2 members voting no. Ganim said their no votes served as abstentions under council rules, which are not allowed without an ethical conflict of interest.
I'm going to let that go this time, and then I'm going to clarify a no vote is an abstention. You can argue if you want, but we're not going to do it here. We're not going to do it here, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, please continue with the vote.
Ganim adjourned the meeting and said that the matter would be resolved soon. And Connecticut received its first taste of winter weather today. The National Weather Service indicates that most of the state will receive all or mostly rain from the storm. However, the Northwest Hills in Litchfield County will see up to 6 inches of snow. The precipitation will wrap up late tonight, with cold temperatures expected in the region tomorrow. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a stalled vehicle, exit 32 over in the shoulder. Folks are slowing down for a quick peek. In lower Fairfield County, you have mostly rain delays right now. Watch your speeds, please. 84 corridor, a bit more messy. We do see some snow on the grass and the roads going through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
The rain may end as wet snow after midnight. Windy, colder with a low dipping into the mid-20s by daybreak. On Wednesday, sunny, blustery with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
So the story twists and turns and twists and turns and turns again, and the White House now embroiled in something that apparently, though, a lot of Americans like. A lot of Americans, despite it's coming from the Trump White House, despite the fact that it's coming from a guy that a lot of people have, you know, their doubts about, Pete Hegseth, as the Secretary, I guess, Secretary of War now. I guess until you get a Democrat back in there, it's going to be Secretary of War. But the White House just wrapping up, and as you just heard there, top of the hour from CBS, the White House wrapping up a scenario where they were questioned about these military strikes at sea, in the Pacific Ocean, in the Eastern Caribbean, and the president saying that he defends what the Secretary of War is doing. The Secretary of War, Secretary Hegseth, saying that it was one of his commanders who decided to get a second attack in on perhaps some survivors of a military strike on these suspected or alleged drug boats. So there you go. But here's the bottom line. Now, this poll was taken a couple of months ago. I think it was the first week of October. Here's the bottom line. Americans like this, by and large. Now, there's a controversy as to the second strike here, but more than 70% of Americans support the White House decision to blow up suspected cartel drug boats. What are your thoughts on that? And again, here you have a scenario where you've got a lot of people, and again, this is the kind of thing that has marked the rise of the MAGA movement, marked the rise of Donald Trump since back in 2015, late 2015, early 2016. You have a lot of insiders, a lot of people who have done things the same way, quote unquote, for decades. And here you have a guy like Donald Trump, whether you admire him or not, whether you think he's a buffoon, an idiot, a fascist, a great leader, a magnificent president, or whatever. No matter where you fall on the pro-Trump or anti-Trump scale, you have to admit the guy does things that do resound with a lot of Americans, even more than his MAGA base. He did that with immigration and the border, and now he's doing that with this. More than 70% of Americans, 70% of there are few things that 70% of Americans agree on. Seriously, across the political spectrum, across the spectrum of current affairs, current events, things bandied about. 70% is a high number. You don't get a lot of agreement on a lot of stuff at 70%, but more than 70%. That's way more than just Democrats. That's way more than just Republicans. More than 70% of Americans, over 7 out of 10, support the White House push to blow up cartel drug boats, according to a recent Harvard CAPS Harris poll. It's about a 2-month-old poll. So even if that support has degraded a little bit, it's still more than likely up there. So we start with that today at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, the critics will say, well, wait a minute. We're not following accepted military protocols. We're not following accepted international legal maritime protocols and all this. We could, have interdiction operations. We could just board these boats the way the Coast Guard does when it's closer to territorial waters, and we can do it that way. But does that get the job done? So we start with this, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Basic question here, do you support U.S. military strikes on suspected or alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean and in the Eastern Pacific? Now, you may be surprised at that 70% number. You may say, well, that's amazing. You mean that many people in America don't want to see these people, as despicable as they may be, get due process? Well, I guess not. I don't know. Let me ask you this. We've been giving drug lords, drug runners, people that run drug operations due process for, I don't know, about, 90? When did heroin first become popular in the U.S.? 1920s, 1930s, 1940s? So we've been going with the due process thing for 70, 80, 90 years. Does due process work? Do people who run drugs, do people who have smuggling operations, or as the contention is with some of these boats, those who smuggle maybe some of the raw chemicals before they're finally combined somewhere else? Do they even care that their mules, their drug runners, the people that they force into servitude to, run these boats? Do they care about due process or not? So again, the White House saying earlier today, no, they're not going to back off on these boat strikes. And they're defending whatever happened to where there was a second strike on some of these survivors. So we start with this. Do you support U.S. military strikes on suspected or alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean or in the Eastern Pacific? You wonder if a hit on some of those boats prevents drug materials and drugs from getting into Connecticut, getting into Bridgeport, getting into Hartford, getting into New Haven. Or do you not like this? Do you say, hey, we need to board those boats and arrest who's ever involved, and that'll get the job done? Well, how many hundreds of thousands of people have we arrested over the past 100 years connected to drugs? Has any of that worked? I don't know. You tell me. 203-333-9422. Talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. So the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Having an office holiday party or family gathering? Make your event special with catering from AB's Falafel. AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the finest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salad, shawarma, spinach pies, hummus, and more. Catering from AB's is easy. Go to absfalafel.com and click on catering. Pick from trays of kebabs, falafel, salads, and more. From 10 to 200, cater your next company or family event from locally owned and operated AB's Falafel. absfalafel.com.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
For the best FCAC high school football coverage, tune in to the Rudin Report Sunday Morning Quarterback. 11 a.m. every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Sunday Morning Quarterback, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food, served fast.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life,
Like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, a stalled vehicle, exit 32 over in the shoulder. Folks are slowing down for a quick peek. In lower Fairfield County, are mostly rain delays right now. Watch your speeds, please. 84 corridor, a bit more messy. We do see some snow on the grass and the roads going through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain ending later this evening. It'll be a blustery night with a low in the mid-20s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying everything that's on his mind. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The White House today, Mr. Trump, Secretary of War Hegseth, saying that they're essentially not going to back away from doing these strikes. Now, remember, they're saying, based off of, what intelligence they have, we don't know, that these boats that were blowing up in the Eastern Pacific and in parts of the Caribbean are, in fact, carrying either drugs or drug-making chemicals. And the White House and Secretary Hegseth say, no, we're not going to stop. And apparently, you know what, they're not going to stop because a lot of people like this. Again, the major poll that was done on this, 7 out of 10 people. Now, yes, there is a chance of saying, hey, what if you're blowing up innocents here, in a sense, meaning innocent people who, are, who are not participating in the drug trade here. And, well, if they are innocent, what do they do? How could you have somebody innocent be on a boat, I guess the argument would be, if those boats are of a specific variety, going at a specific speed on these routes in the Eastern Caribbean or in the Pacific that are known to be drug smuggling routes? Maybe this is the real war on drugs. Now, again, the war on drugs has always been, when you say war, when you say military, whatever, it's branding. It's like selling soap. You know what I mean? I don't care if they call it a war, an interdiction, a, big push against drugs, whatever. But whatever it's been, it's not really working, is it? And again, I have said over and over and over and over again here that if you are worried, if you are going to be on a boat like that in that general area, and you may have nothing to do with drug smuggling or whatever, is there not a way to talk to, I don't know, some people? And again, I'm just throwing this out there. I don't know, but if you are a commercial fisherman, if you are somebody who is involved in that area from Venezuela or parts of the Caribbean in real and legal maritime trade, is there a way? I don't know. I'm just asking here. I'm just the dummy on the radio. Isn't there a way to identify yourselves and tell the U.S. and tell, the military and the Pentagon, hey, don't blow us out of the water? Or maybe there's a reason we're blowing these boats up, because you notice, by the way, they all kind of look the same with the multiple engines, the multiple outboards, and you can see by the video and the stills, the satellite imagery, the video imagery, which in some cases is pretty sharp. And the, the image quality, the resolution, as they say in video and photo land, is pretty darn good. You notice how these boats all kind of look the same? Again, just trying to play devil's advocate here. Maybe this is why 70% of America, which is more than 45%, which is Democratic, and 45%, which votes Republican, maybe that's why they look at this in basic, everyday American ingenuity and everyday American common sense is, geez, they don't look like any fishing boats I've ever seen or I've ever been on. I mean, come on. Do they look like fishing boats? Not that I'm an expert on fishing boats, but do they look like fishing boats? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Listen, I'm not sitting here saying, hey, it should be good fun to blow people out of the water, but maybe, and I've had people tell me, well, wait a minute, they could always find more drug mules. Maybe they can. So again, what if we see them being the alleged drug smugglers, or as the White House likes to say, these narco-terrorists, and we have, whether it's from intelligence, whether we have moles in these cartels, they say, hey, the boat that's heading in this direction at this time of the day on X day has, heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, or fentanyl, or the ingredients thereof to make those. Why shouldn't we take them out? You can't pull them over and write them a ticket. Hey, thanks. Make sure your seatbelts are on and be on your way. Now, again, I know there's the scenario we don't really actually know what's in there, but again, you have to admit, they all kind of look the same, don't they? They all look like they're moving at a relatively high rate of speed, and they're all apparently, from what we've been told, and again, you have to take all that with a grain of salt or whatever spice you like, nutmeg, coriander, cinnamon. Take it with a grain of cinnamon. If you have points A, B, C, and D in either audio or video evidence, photographic or video evidence, and you're looking at that saying, well, these kind of fit a categories, is it not safe to say that these might be legitimate targets if they're not carrying fish, if they're not out there looking, if they're not shrimp boats or whatever, or they're not dragging high-speed nets and they're not clamming out there, if the video looks like, yeah, those are barrels of chemicals and whatever, why not take them out? Well, Paul, due process. Well, really? Really? Or am I the wrong guy here? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a stalled vehicle, exit 32 over in the shoulder. Folks are slowing down for a quick peek. In Lower Fairfield County, around mostly rain delays right now. Watch your speeds, please. 84 corridor, a bit more messy. We do see some snow on the grass and the roads going through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
The rain may end as wet snow after midnight. Windy, colder with a low dipping into the mid-20s by daybreak. On Wednesday, sunny, blustery with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Having an office holiday party or family gathering? Make your event special with catering from AB's Falafel. AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the finest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, shawarma, spinach pies, hummus, and more. Catering from AB's is easy. Go to absfalafel.com and click on catering. Pick from trays of kebabs, falafel, salads, and more. From 10 to 200, cater your next company or family event from locally owned and operated AB's Falafel. absfalafel.com.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. As lawmakers call for more information on the strikes against alleged drug boats, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth vowed today during a cabinet meeting to continue, insisting we've only just begun.
We've had a bit of a pause because it's hard to find boats to strike right now, which is the entire point, right? Deterrence has to matter, not arrest and hand over and then do it again, the rinse and repeat approach of previous administrations.
Lawmakers want to know more specifically about a second strike on a boat in September in which there had been survivors. The Northeast is seeing its first major winter snowstorm that's pounded the Midwest. CBS's Rob Marciano is in the Hudson Valley of New York.
You hear that? That's yet another snowplow truck that's coming through. So they're trying to keep up with keeping the roads clear, but it's a difficult battle.
Parts of New England could get 10 inches of snow or more. On Wall Street, stocks are higher. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Connecticut man has accepted a plea deal in connection with a home invasion in Bridgeport where a gunshot was fired. Prosecutors say the gunshot fired by 34-year-old Jesus Quesada did not strike anyone, and he was linked to the weapon through DNA evidence. Quesada has agreed to plead guilty to a first-degree burglary charge in exchange for a 12-year prison term. The plea also disposes of a charge that Quesada violated the terms of his probation. New Canaan firefighters have issued a vote of no confidence in Fire Chief Albert Bassett. The vote was taken after Bassett was found to have violated the town ethics code and was issued a short suspension last month. In declaring a lack of confidence in Bassett, the International Association of Firefighters Local 3224 says in a statement that his actions are a profound breach of trust. The union is demanding department leadership that models integrity, not leadership that erodes it. The lead attorney for convicted former state budget official Costa Diamantis is looking to withdraw from his next trial. Norm Pattis said in a court motion that he has not been fully paid for the first trial by Diamantis, which led to his conviction on all corruption charges he faced. In a conversation with WTNH TV News 8, Pattis was blunt in his description of the prison time Diamantis may face.
Mr. Diamantis is facing a catastrophic sentence. He'll be lucky to get out of this with less than 10 to 12 years.
Diamantis is now facing a second trial for allegedly trying to stop an audit of Medicaid fraud against the fiancé of a friend. A federal judge will now decide whether Pattis will be allowed to withdraw from the case. A former mayor and 25-year veteran of the city council in Meriden is dead at the age of 80. Michael Rode resigned from the council last month, citing health reasons. He died Sunday, according to city officials. A tribute to Rode is planned for next Monday evening when the mayor, city councilors, and members of the Board of Education will take the oath of office. State police were busy on Connecticut's roads and highways during the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Troopers responded to nearly 5,300 calls for service during the weekend, including 475 crashes. More than 30 of the holiday crashes involved injuries, and 2 of those collisions led to deaths. The deadly crashes were in Groton and in Montville. Troopers also report making over 1,200 traffic stops for a variety of infractions and made 30 DUI arrests. Law enforcement officials are warning Connecticut residents about violent extremist groups that target teenagers online. Several years ago, a teen in Vernon was arrested for calling in several bomb threats to her school. Police later discovered that her actions were due to blackmail from an online group that targets vulnerable teens. In a conversation with WFSB Channel 3, FBI Special Agent P.J. O'Brien described the group's methods.
Taking a sexually explicit photograph or a video that includes some sort of sexually explicit activity, and then once they have that, they use that as leverage to exploit the victim to do more and more activities.
Law enforcement experts are warning parents to always be aware of their children's online activities. And former Fairfield Police Chief Gary McNamara also warned that teens are not the only groups susceptible to this kind of manipulation.
The online arena is not necessarily your friend. These are subtle activities that occur. Adults fall for them as well. So I think we always have to remember when you're online, you are always potentially subject to some sort of exploitation.
And Hunter Biden is facing a hearing this month in Waterbury as the state seeks to suspend his license to practice law. Grievances have been filed with the state bar against the son of former President Joe Biden after his federal convictions on gun and tax charges. Hunter Biden became a member of the Connecticut bar in 1997 after he graduated from Yale Law School. He was pardoned by his father last year, weeks before he was scheduled to be sentenced. The hearing is December 15th. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, you are dealing with rain delays across the board. Watch your speeds, please. Right now, it's about 45 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway being a little bit easier. 84 corridor, a bit more tricky. Snow falling through Danbury and Newtown. Watch your speeds, please. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing. Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. And then Krause at WICC Traffic.
Rain ending later this evening. It'll be a blustery night with a low in the mid-20s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, one of the great things about being a talk radio host, and I thank my lucky stars, even the unlucky ones, every day for doing this. I don't know of any other business, especially any other branch of radio, where in the course of a couple of days, I could be referred to as a sensible guy, a great American on one end, as I have been, or on the other end, let me see, a few days ago I was called what was I called? Oh, I was called a pinko because all I said was, remember this? Were you listening to me a few days ago? when I said, hey, maybe this free bus thing is something to look into on a permanent basis. Remember that? There was a big story in Iowa City, Iowa. We did it back here in Connecticut during COVID. Mr. Mamdani wants to do it in New York. Oh, what's happening? I actually got a text. It made me laugh. You're becoming a pinko. Well, today, along with a pinko now, I guess according to this gentleman who responded to our Facebook post, I am now a propagandist because I simply ask questions, I guess. Now, again, our question of the day, facebook.com/WICC. I'm sorry, /voice of CT. Old habits. I simply ask, do you, meaning use and yuns over there if you're from Pittsburgh, or Philly, wherever that is, Eastern PA, Western PA, wherever yuns is. I know people from both areas. Do you support U.S. military strikes on suspected or alleged drug smuggling boats? Notice I didn't say they were smuggling drugs. I said they are suspected and or alleged. They could be fish. I doubt it. They don't look like any fishing boats I've seen, but hey, it's been years since I put bait on any sort of a hook. Do you support this? Yes or no? In the Caribbean and in the Eastern Pacific. So all I'm doing here is asking a question, and I'm wondering, hey, if this is so heinous as people say, why does 70% of Americans in a major poll a few weeks ago say they support it? I'm just asking the question. As Elton John said once in, I think, the 1970s, I may have a copy of it still at home, don't shoot me, I'm just the piano player. But this gentleman writes in, it's difficult to imagine a dumber, less American strategy. Okay. And let's face it, the orange cult leader, who, by the way, is in the White House, just so you know, just pardoned several criminals convicted of trafficking drugs into the U.S. Yes, bad move. I've always said there are too many pardons. There are way too many pardons of some really odious people. Bombing boats off the coast of Venezuela is a poor cover for some other covert scam Trump is committing. Okay. Now, here's the request I get. Is this a request of me? I guess it is. Spend more time calling out criminal activity. I do. Most of it goes on in Hartford, the General Assembly. Spend more time calling out criminal activity than being here it is, propagandist for the worst president in the history of our country. All right. So now I'm also, the past few days, a propagandist for Trump, and I'm also a pinko. Let me tell you, people, if this gentleman's listening, let me say this again slowly. If Donald Trump left the Oval Office, never mind tomorrow, tonight, some other way, a health reason, incapacitation, he was arrested. I'm just letting people know, because every so often we do in radio what's called a reset. Or when I do a game on TV, a hockey game or a basketball game, the producer says, hey, can you do a reset here? Hey, you give the time, the period you're in, what the score is, what's coming up. Let me do a reset for you. If Donald Trump was gone now, I couldn't care less. Oh my God, Trump resigned. Yeah, and? Yeah. Does that change the fact that I still have to come to work in the morning or pay my local, state, or federal taxes? No. Okay, I don't care. I get accused, and it's all in good-natured fun. I get it. You know, I thankfully the calls have stopped. I was getting calls around the election. Your boy Trump, really? My boy Trump, and you know how I voted? How? If I tell you who I voted for in November, you might be surprised, Rabbit. You might be. All right, so I'm a pinko, a propagandist, a great American, a sensible guy, whatever. I guess that means I'm doing my job. But but here's my bigger question, though. If blowing up these boats is so odious, if it is so egregious, if it is so unctuous, why do 7 out of 10 people say, yeah, go ahead, keep doing it? That's my question to you. Maybe they look at Trump and say, geez, I can't stand this guy, but I kind of agree with the bombing the drug boats. I can't stand Trump. Oh, I wish he'd get the hell out. But, you know, the border thing was pretty good. See, folks, this is what I've been telling you for years. The problem is not Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the canary in the coal mine, if you know what that means. The canary in the coal mine, if the canaries didn't come out, there was too much poison gas in the mine, they didn't send the workers in. So Trump is not the cause of any of this. He is reacting to what people have been feeling for years. And I can tell you, and we'll see, we're already seeing in the other comments here, and I don't care which way you like it, left or right, up or down, it doesn't bother me. But do you think instead of bitching and moaning about Donald Trump, you can sit back and say, just entertain this thought. Ask yourselves, if blowing up these boats in international waters bothers so many people, which it does, I'm not besmirching them for anything they feel. If that bothers them so much, why do 70% of Americans say they're in favor of it? That, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all the ships at sea, no pun intended, that might be our question of the day. Do a little business, traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
Dine out for half price. It's sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Buy $50 gift cards for $25. $25 gift cards for $12.50. Purchase at voiceofct.com. Click sweet deals. Restaurants include Blackbird's Nest, AB's Falafel, Ursa Roastery, Bazzi's, Jacob's Pickles, Zuka, Twisted Vine, Gusto, Joseph's Steakhouse, Cast Iron Chef Pizza and Bar, Greca, The Landing, Katz's Deli, and Sports Center. To save 50%, go to voiceofct.com, click sweet deals.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, you are dealing with rain delays across the board. Watch your speeds, please. Right now, it's about 45 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway being a little bit easier. 84 corridor, a bit more tricky. Snow falling through Danbury and Newtown. Watch your speeds, please. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing. Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
The rain may end as wet snow after midnight. Windy, colder with a low dipping into the mid-20s by daybreak. On Wednesday, sunny, blustery with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got the questions. Paul has the answers. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, folks, please, if I have to play hall monitor here now. If you're going to Add an answer to the Facebook question of the day. Can we just exercise a little restraint? There's no need to call people names. Let's just stick to the facts, okay? That's all I'm asking you. All right. I better let the webmaster know about this. 203, the webmaster, yes. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. Same thing. Same number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So earlier today, and we'll get updates on this for you. Next update coming up at the top of the hour. CBS News, top and bottom of each hour right here every afternoon on Connecticut Today. The White House saying that, they're not going to back off blowing up these. And again, here's the rub on this. We don't, at least that they're making public. There is no, and let me say this carefully, there's no publicly disseminated information that those boats are actually carrying chemicals or carrying completed drugs or run by the cartels. Now, I said publicly available and publicly disseminated. Doesn't mean that there are not drugs on the boat. Or it doesn't mean that there are not chemicals on the boat. Or it does not mean that there are not suspected or identified cartel members on the boat. And how much information are members of Congress getting on this, including our 7 members, Mr. Blumenthal and Mr. Murphy in the House. We'll hear from Chris Murphy coming up later on. He thinks that, as Mr. Murphy is known to bloviate from time to time to jumpstart his sputtering campaign, he's polling at 1%, I think, in an early Democratic poll. But be that as it may, we don't know what our members of Congress know. Now, out of our House members, Congressman Himes from the 4th District, I'm sure that he's got a little more information. I shouldn't say I'm sure, but I would guess. Let me put it that way. Not trying to put any info into the realm of Mr. Himes that he may not have. But, again, he is, I believe, the ranking member on intelligence. So maybe they're being told of stuff that we just don't know. I don't know. But, again, my overriding question is this. I'm not apologizing for anybody, but why do you tell me? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I ask but a simple question. I'm a simple man with simple needs. For any of you divorced, middle-aged Fairfield County women, why do 70... Sorry, I got to try, eh? Preferably with a German sedan. 70% approval on this. Why? If this is, I'm honestly answering this. I'm not saying this tongue in cheek, any other body part in cheek. I'm not saying this rhetorically here. Seriously, there was a major poll done on this in early to mid-October, I think it was. So it's about 2 months ago, saying, hey, people like this. 70% of Americans, 7 out of 10. Remember, you can win a presidential election in these days with 46, 47% of the vote. So 7 out of 10 Americans polled by the Harris polling organization, Lou Harris, they've been around for a while, said, yeah, we approve of this. So is that Trump's fault? Is that the fault? Are those polling results the fault of anybody, or should they just tell you something? See, that's the thing we never want to do, or maybe I shouldn't say never. That's the thing that we shy away from because it makes us think. 70% is out there. The figure is out there. So, should that not make you think? Saying, hey, wait a minute, a lot of people in Congress are going nuts over this stuff, yet 70% of Americans approve of it. Now, I know what I'm going to get. I'm going to get one of the standard responses of, well, the country used to approve of slavery. That doesn't mean it was right. I know. Don't wheel out. Don't trivialize slavery with trying to hearken it to this, please. That was a moral mindset of the country. So, again, I simply ask the question, let's not be overtly rude to other people. You have your opinion. They have theirs. Do you support U.S. military strikes on suspected or alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean or in the Eastern Pacific? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, coming up next hour, we will have a little audio of Senator Chris Murphy, who was on, I think this was from CNN yesterday. He's saying that Pete Hegseth needs to resign as the Secretary of Defense, or now it's the Secretary of War in the Trump cabinet. I don't think he's going to do that. I don't know. Because, again, what did I tell you? What do I keep telling you that last November was? It was a choice between crazy and broken, and for whatever reason, even though people say it's a bit extreme, they took crazy over broken. Let's do traffic and weather together. We'll take a couple of calls coming back right here. This here is WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, you are dealing with rain delays across the board. Watch your speeds, please. Right now, it's about 45 minutes. Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway being a little bit easier. 84 corridor, a bit more tricky. Snow falling through Danbury and Newtown. Watch your speeds, please. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing. Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
Rain ending later this evening. It'll be a blustery night with a low in the mid-20s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Imagine talking to thousands of local consumers about your business. You will with your ads on the Voice of Connecticut.
It all comes up to your sales rep. Here, Maria, my sales rep, try to understand my business, customize my need, and that make it different than any other experience that I have.
Real stories, real results. It's why advertising on the Voice of Connecticut works. Learn more. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Again, our question of the day, and you can talk with me on the radio about a text. Same number, talk or text, 333-9422, or you can explain yourself a little more succinctly on Facebook, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Chris William. Chris, good luck reading these today. Yes. Then let me get, hold on. This is the mouse. Folks, I have four mice on this console at one time, so it takes me a while. Before we go to news and traffic and weather together, Jeff in Westport leads us off today. Jeff, how are you?
Hey,
Paul. Happy Taco Tuesday.
Yes.
Yeah, I am totally against them blowing up these boats. You know, the other day I was out fishing there. You know, true, I had a couple kilos of Coke in there, but those damn fish, they swim so fast now because they're on Coke.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't know what to do. You know.
So that's why your boat had 3 or 4 high power outboards on it, right?
Right, exactly. You know, and sure, we didn't have any fishing equipment, but we were fishing. You know, with that Coke, those fish come right up to the boat when they know we have Coke now.
Cocaine trout.
You know, we got them.
Cocaine trout, right?
That's right. We got them addicted just like we got Biden's son addicted. It worked out great.
Hey, listen, Jeff, take care, man, and watch those fishing trips, man. Yeah. See, that's another reason why 70% of the people, which again probably includes a lot of people that don't like Trump. See, that's my point here. We had a couple of people reacting online saying, well, you know, Trump lover, Trump enabler. Wait a minute. Hold it. Look at the number. That's my question here. It's not like, well, Trump has got 42% approval, and gee, look at that, 42% of people like boats being blown up out of the water. It's 70%. So, yeah, I'm no math whiz. In fact, most of the time I suck at math. But even I can say, wait a minute, hold it. If 70% approve of blowing up the boats in the water, there's got to be a big chunk of non-Trump people in there, wouldn't you say? It doesn't take advanced algebra, trigonometry, learn to speak, Paul, or calculus to do that. So we shall continue. Those military strikes on suspected or alleged drug smuggling boats. Good on you. You like that or not?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth today defended the follow-up strike on a suspected drug boat back in September, insisting he didn't know there were survivors from the first strike.
I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do, and by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer.
CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
And the White House more broadly says this was a legal move because the president has classified narco-terrorists such that they can be attacked if they are threatening the United States, which in the view of this White House they are.
Former Attorney General Alberto Gonzales.
The reason it matters is because how we treat people that are helpless, that are defenseless, particularly in an armed conflict. We care about it. Why? Because someday we're going to have soldiers in that situation where they're helpless, they're defenseless. We want them to be protected by rules of engagement.
President Trump said again today he didn't know about a second strike. The former president of Honduras, pardoned by President Trump, has been released from prison, as Christopher Cruz reports.
Juan Orlando Hernandez was sentenced last year to decades in prison for his role in helping drug traffickers move hundreds of tons of cocaine to the United States. On Sunday, reporters asked President Trump why he pardoned Hernandez. He said the people of Honduras really thought he was set up. They said it was a Biden administration setup, and I looked at the facts and I agreed with them.
There is word today of an impending immigration operation in Minnesota that would primarily focus on Somali immigrants, according to the Associated Press. The Afghan national accused of shooting 2 National Guard troops in Washington last week has pleaded not guilty during a video court appearance from his hospital bed. President Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are in Moscow, where they met with Russian President Putin. In Ireland, Ukraine's president on the terms now on the table to win the war.
I think that the most sensitive things and the most difficult questions or questions with the challenges, it's about territories.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. The Dow Jones Industrial's up by 223 points. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky. But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. We work hard, he said. We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way. In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines, he told me. This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service. Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Law enforcement officials are warning Connecticut residents about violent extremist groups that target teenagers online. Several years ago, a teen in Vernon was arrested for calling in several bomb threats to her school. Police later discovered that her actions were due to blackmail from an online group that targets vulnerable teens. In a conversation with WFSB Channel 3, FBI Special Agent P.J. O'Brien described the group's methods.
Taking a sexually explicit photograph or a video that includes some sort of sexually explicit activity. And then once they have that, they use that as leverage to exploit the victim to do more and more activities.
Law enforcement experts are warning parents to always be aware of their children's online activities. And former Fairfield Police Chief Gary McNamara also warned that teens are not the only group susceptible to this kind of manipulation.
The online arena is not necessarily your friend. These are subtle activities that occur. Adults fall for them as well. So I think we always have to remember when you're online, you are always potentially subject to some sort of exploitation.
And a former mayor and 25-year veteran of the city council in Meriden is dead at the age of 80. Michael Rode resigned from the council last month, citing health reasons. He died Sunday, according to city officials. A tribute to Rode is planned for next Monday evening when the mayor, city councilors, and members of the Board of Education take the oath of office. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Rain delays abound in lower Fairfield County, so watch your speeds, please. You got a little mix of snow up on 84 going through Danbury and Newtown as well. On the Upper Merritt southbound, a stalled vehicle reported between exit 36 and exit 34 has things backing up onto the Sikorsky Bridge. 95 northbound side, heavy volume delays coming out of Norwalk going through Fairfield. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
The rain may end as wet snow after midnight. Windy, colder with a low dipping into the mid-20s by daybreak. On Wednesday, sunny, blustery with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9. the voice of Connecticut.
As we roll and roll and roll and roll on here, rolling on this Tuesday, 203-333-9422-333 WICC. Hope all is well with you and yours. Going to be talking a little energy policy in the state, or our lack of policy thereof, coming up next hour, the 5 o'clock hour of Megan Portfolio. As always, every Tuesday with Megan. Tuesdays with Megan, that's what I'll call it, at 5:15. You and I together till 6. Another update from CBS News, the bottom of the hour. They may include the, developing story we have today. I find this fascinating that you have, and again, you have to look below the top level of this. It's easy to say, well, I support this because I love Trump. Or it's easy to say, I hate this because I despise Trump. But this one is more complicated. And this one, of course, being the notion that there's controversy now because was there a second strike a few days ago on the same boat that was struck a few seconds earlier by the U.S. military, ostensibly carrying alleged drug materials or drugs or drug mules or whatever, and did that second strike violate any sort of maritime or peacetime laws? I don't know. Or was this justified? Again, a million ways you could go here. But before you get to the minutia of the whole thing, we again are failing, or at least a lot of people who are quick to judge on both sides of the aisle, we're failing to look at, to me, the most fascinating thing here is, again, I think there's only been one major poll done about this. If I see another one, I will be as quick as I can to tell you. But there was a major poll done in early to mid-October by Harvard University, the Harvard-Harris poll. Harvard, hardly a conservative think tank. More than 70% of Americans support the White House's decisions to blow up suspected drug cartel boats. 71% of voters surveyed say they support sinking South American ships carrying drugs into the U.S. The poll there was a good sample size, 2,400 registered voters. In addition to that, 18 of Donald Trump's 20 major policies continue to receive majority approval. See, this is what our friend Gary Rose from Sacred Heart said yesterday. There's kind of a weird thing going on here where if you couple Donald Trump with a policy, most people aren't going to like it. But if you peel Trump away and say, do you approve of X, Y, and Z, most people will be for it. Just the way I like to cite those surveys that they do every so often when they ask people, hey, are you for this or against this? And they say, this is a Democratic idea or this is a Republican idea, and the percentages of yeses and nos are far different if you name their association with a specific party or not. See, this is the stuff that just fascinates me. But I want to hear from you. What do you think? Is blowing up these boats in the Eastern Pacific and the Caribbean, or the Caribbean? Caribbean Queen. No more love on the run. Yeah, I was working in radio back then, too. What are your thoughts on this? I'm sorry. Ask anybody like me who's been in radio for decades. Immediately, what was that? Where was I working when that song was out? Dave in Brantford's here. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, I do all right. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the aspect that interests me is not so much what we're doing.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's okay to shoot them if we're sure they're full of drugs. You know, I sort of wish we'd capture a couple of them to prove that they really are full of drugs. You don't have to capture them all, but enough of them to prove every one we go after is full of drugs.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'm not sure of that. I think that. The question I want to ask is, those two survivors that we dropped a second missile on.
Yeah.
I really think, I don't understand if we had enough cause to begin with to bomb them. and the intent was to kill them, why is it much worse moral transgression to do it again? It's kind of like, and I think of the military and the police are kind of the same way in this regard.
Yeah.
If we send in the SWAT team and the outcome might be death, why, if I only wing you, is it some kind of crime against the universe to finish the job and pump in a second bullet? That's the part I don't understand. I think it's different if you're dragged off the field of conflict and you're in a hospital, and then I track you down and shoot you. That's a completely different situation. But if it was okay to drop one bomb, it's kind of like the Israelis. If you bomb an apartment house and we decide that's okay, but then 2 days later we come back and rumble the jumble that we made after the first attack, and there might be survivors in that jumble of debris. That's somehow morally worse. I don't agree with that. I think if you've made that leap in your mind that death is okay in this conflict, you can't be worried about dropping a second bomb and somebody else dies. And there seems to be a lot of consternation about bombing those two survivors on the wreckage. I just don't understand that part of it.
Yeah, good points, Dave. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, and you know, Dave's point is interesting because there are so many angles to this. There's, you know, number one, are these people really in a technical sense? Are they really at war with us? What is the war on drugs? Would we still, you know, a lot of critics say, well, why don't we just send the Coast Guard? Or the Coast Guard does this all the time. Yeah, but they do it in territorial waters. And are these boats really full of drug stuff? Well, I don't know if you remember, about a week ago, 10 days ago, the UK said, never mind on the intelligence we give you. See, a lot, and they virtually have come out and said it, that a lot of these major cartels have been infiltrated by, you know, informants, whatever. Hey, you know, listen, American money, it's good. Hey, can you just tell us when the boats are leaving and where they're heading, and we'll take it from there? Look, man, I'm not going to tell you that one is, there's no way I would tell you that one is leaving at 6 a.m. and heading to X, Y, and Z. There's no way I'm going to tell you. But again, we can get bound up in this. My fascination with this, again, this is one of those things like our buddy Gary Rose said from Sacred Heart. If you attach Trump's name to it, it immediately goes bipolar in the country. But if you just say, hey, how about this? The numbers are just, like I said, canary in a coal mine. We'll get back to the phones. Randy, get ready, because we're coming to you next, right here on WICC.
Going out to eat for half the price? There's only one word to describe that: sweet. It's another week of sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Half-price gift cards to your favorite locally owned restaurants and businesses. But when the sweet deals are gone, they're gone, and they go fast. So don't wait. Stay local and save some dough. Grab the half-price sweet deals now at voiceofct.com.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Now open at the North Village Shopping Center next to Trader Joe's.
Drink responsibly, B21.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Rain delays abound in Lower Fairfield County, so watch your speeds, please. You got a little mix of snow up on 84 going through Danbury and Newtown as well. On the Upper Merritt southbound, a stalled vehicle reported between exit 36 and exit 34 has things backing up onto the Sikorsky Bridge. 95 northbound side, heavy volume delays coming out of Norwalk going through Fairfield. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain ending later this evening. It'll be a blustery night with a low in the mid-20s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
All the latest for your ride home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Pete Hegseth has to go. He has to resign. Donald Trump has to fire him. If he doesn't resign, he is a walking, talking national security embarrassment. And I think it is really disturbing that you don't have more Republicans speaking out and saying that it's time for him to go. Because, of course, this is just the latest in a series of embarrassments. There's all sorts of reports from the very beginning of the year that morale is low, that there's disorder at the Department of Defense. He's hiring his political cronies. He seems to care more about body shape and facial hair than he does about the security of the country. And now these really serious allegations of really disturbing immoral behavior by the secretary.
Connecticut junior U.S. Senate member Chris Murphy. That was yesterday on CNN, I believe. Yes, suffice to say, it was not on Fox or Newsmax. Yes, it was CNN. All right, there you go. So the White House and Pete Hegseth doubling down today, say, well, you don't like that we blow up the boats? Guess what? We ain't stopping. I don't know. We'll see how that special election goes tonight. That could be another ode. Canary in a coal mine. That could be another indicator there. You never know. Afton Ben. I may play that soundbite of her that I got from a few days ago. Maybe I'll do that later because it was good when she said she was not on a cable news program to get involved in cable news talking points. I swear, this is so much fun. Both sides. The stew nod factor sometimes. And she forgot about those anti-police tweets. She forgot about them. How convenient. I love when politicians on both sides. Why? That was so long ago. Yeah, it was, oh my God, it was 4 years ago. You'd think it was back, and when they were signing the Treaty of Versailles. Jeez. Randy in Easton's here. Randy, how are you?
I'm good, Ben. How was your time off? Do you behave yourself?
Yes, my parole officer was happy. I kept the ankle monitor on.
Yeah, good?
And no, like I said, I did some side gigs, and I don't know whether you heard me. New tires, baby. Let me tell you.
Oh, I think I did hear something. I was in my car and I heard something like that.
There's just a Brandy, guys, we can relate. There's just a feeling of new tires.
Oh, it drives better. It's cool. It's good. You'll get used to it in a week. It'll be like old hat. But yes, I've had to tell my sons when they say you need new tires, get new tires.
Yeah.
This is why you have a Visa. Don't put stupid stuff on your Visa. This is why you have a Visa.
Yes. So we did. We did okay because there was a rebate and buy 3 tires, get the 4th. So there you go. So we're
There's
all
always
good.
some sort of deal going on.
Yeah.
So I might be for all of this, but I don't think he's made the case. What's the evidence? What has he gotten the Gang of 8 together? The 2 highest Democrats, highest Republicans in the House, and the same thing for the Senate. Has he informed these guys? Do we know what evidence he has?
I don't know. That's why I said, Randy.
The Coast Guard. There's a statistic.
Yeah.
The Coast Guard, when they pull over a boat or a ship to search for what they suspect to be drugs, they're wrong about 1/3 of the time.
Okay, I can believe that.
Yeah, well, that's a number. That's not an opinion.
Yeah.
Which means that if I can transfer that to these boats, that means 25 people were not involved in trafficking drugs and they're dead. So there's got to be, I'm sure, I'd love to know how that question was worded, given my history in public opinion polling. Everybody's for stopping drugs into this country.
Well, exactly.
I know I am, and I'm on the opposite party from Trump.
Yeah.
Of course but this is the only way. They don't ever pull over for fuel. We have a flotilla in the Caribbean. We have more, the Gerald R. Ford, the largest ship in our Navy is there. And that thing always travels with like half a dozen destroyers. And
I know.
This is the only way. I think, frankly, they're doing it for the videos that...
Oh, of course that's
that our
part
media
of it.
just can't stop replaying.
Because Randy, right, again, with your marketing background, if you play these videos, right, in a focus group, right? Some people are going to go, right? Some people will hide their eyes, right? And
my wife does, actually.
Right? And a lot of guys are going to look at it and go, yeah. Right?
Well, Paul, if these ships, if these guys, look, we know they're carrying plastic explosives. They're going to fund terrorists. Yeah, something like that was more terror related. That to me is clear and present danger and urgent. There's got to be another way. And by the way, I've noticed they're throwing this poor admiral now under the bus. I listened to Trump's cabinet meeting, and Pete was like, he went from saying on Fox News, I saw the whole thing. I watched it. I watched the whole thing too.
Yeah.
I left the room right after it happened, so I didn't see the 2 guys clinging to the debris there. I just happened to have left the room for that.
Yeah.
Come on, man, don't. And then my final thing.
Yes, go ahead.
If we're really worried about drugs,
speaking
of not presenting any evidence, why did the president just pardon this president of Honduras? Who pretty well documented, convicted by a jury, was in cahoots with El Chapo and was pirating in tons of cocaine.
Can you imagine?
Why is he getting a pardon?
Can you imagine, Randy? And again, with your background, being in as an ode to Mr. Bush, a Democratic strategery session, and all looking at each other, right, saying, "Well, okay, what do we go after now? No, go after this. No, the pardon there. No, the boat strike." I mean, there's so much every damn day. What is the message for them? You know what I mean? I mean, despite his poll numbers now being in the upper 30s or low 40s, that doesn't mean anything.
Up and down. But no, Paul, I'm serious. Do you know, you're more of a news junkie than me because you do this for a living.
Yeah.
Has he given any credible evidence as to why he pardoned this president of Honduras?
That guy, no.
The people in Honduras said he was set up, and I saw the evidence, and I believe them.
Well, all right.
What?
No.
What?
No. I will freely admit, Randy, to you and all my listeners, I'm not big on Honduran politics.
Me too. But this is a president pardoning another president who is a convicted major drug trafficker who is working in cahoots with El Chapo.
Well,
I don't see how that puts America first.
Like I see, Randy. I say, this should all be a batting practice fastball for the Democrats.
Well, as you say, hey, I'm just a guy hosting a radio show, and I'm just a guy calling into your show. Right. So what the hell do we know?
Yeah. All right, brother.
See you, man.
All right, man. Randy and Easton there. There you go. Bass player extraordinary. Oh, I didn't ask where his gigs were going to be. Randy, call me back later in the week so I can give you a free plug for all your marvelous, marvelous gigs.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Rain delays abound in lower Fairfield County, so watch your speeds, please. You got a little mix of snow up on 84 going through Danbury and Newtown as well. On the Upper Merritt southbound, a stalled vehicle reported between exit 36 and exit 34 has things backing up onto the Sikorsky Bridge. 95 northbound side, heavy volume delays coming out of Norwalk going through Fairfield. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Natch Krause with WICC Traffic.
The rain may end as wet snow after midnight. Windy, colder with a low dipping into the mid-20s by daybreak. On Wednesday, sunny, blustery with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Connecticut Housing Partners thanks everyone who joined in celebrating its annual dinner and gala. Your generosity helps make home happen, not just for one night, but for a lifetime. There's still time to make a difference. This National Homelessness Awareness Month, you can join us to help end the cycle of housing insecurity. You can help make home happen for families and children right here in Connecticut by donating to the CHP Rent Bank. Visit cthousingpartners.org to give. That's cthousingpartners.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was asked today about the second strike on a suspected drug boat back in September and whether he knew there were survivors from the first strike.
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand because the thing was on fire. It was exploded and fire or smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand.
President Trump was asked again about what he knew.
To me, it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a boat.
The man accused of shooting 2 National Guard troops in Washington last week has pleaded not guilty during a video court appearance today from his hospital bed. One of the Guard troops was killed. Another remains in critical condition. On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. The Dow up about 150. CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State police were busy on Connecticut's roads and highways during the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Troopers responded to nearly 5,300 calls for service during the weekend, including 475 crashes. More than 30 of the holiday crashes involved injuries, and 2 of those collisions led to deaths. The deadly crashes were in Groton and in Montville. Troopers also report making over 1,200 traffic stops for a variety of infractions and made 30 DUI arrests. A Connecticut man has accepted a plea deal in connection with a home invasion in Bridgeport where a gunshot was fired. Prosecutors say the gunshot fired by 34-year-old Jesus Quesada did not strike anyone, and he was linked to the weapon through DNA evidence. Quesada has agreed to plead guilty to a first-degree burglary charge in exchange for a 12-year prison term. The plea also disposes of a charge that Quesada violated the terms of his probation. The lead attorney for convicted former state budget official Costa Diamantis is looking to withdraw from his next trial. Norm Pattis said in a court motion that he has not been fully paid for the first trial by Diamantis, which led to his conviction on all corruption charges he faced. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Pattis was blunt in his description of the prison time Diamantis may face.
Mr. Diamantis is facing a catastrophic sentence. He'll be lucky to get out of this with less than 10 to 12 years.
Diamantis is now facing a second trial for allegedly trying to stop an audit of Medicaid fraud against the fiancé of a friend. A federal judge will now decide whether Pattis will be allowed to withdraw from the case. New Canaan firefighters have issued a vote of no confidence in Fire Chief Albert Bassett. The vote was taken after Bassett was found to have violated the town ethics code and was issued a short suspension last month. In declaring a lack of confidence in Bassett, the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3224, says in a statement that his actions are a profound breach of trust. The union is demanding department leadership that models integrity, not leadership that erodes it. The newly elected Bridgeport City Council has failed to elect a new president. Mayor Joe Ganim presided over Monday's first meeting since the council members were sworn in for new terms. Councilwoman Jeanette Herron received 10 votes for president, and last session's leader, Aidi Nieves, received 8 votes, with 2 members voting no. Ganim said their no votes served as abstentions under council rules, which are not allowed without an ethical conflict of interest.
I'm going to let that go this time, and then I'm going to clarify a no vote as an abstention. You can argue if you want, but we're not going to do it here. We're not going to do it here, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, please continue with the vote.
Ganim adjourned the meeting and said the matter would be resolved soon. Hunter Biden is facing a hearing this month in Waterbury as the state seeks to suspend his license to practice law. Grievances have been filed with the state bar against the son of former President Joe Biden after his federal convictions on gun and tax charges. Hunter Biden became a member of the Connecticut bar in 1997 after he graduated from Yale Law School. He was pardoned by his father last year, weeks before he was scheduled to be sentenced. The hearing is December 15th. And Connecticut received its first taste of winter weather today. The National Weather Service has indicated that most of the state received all or mostly rain from the storm. However, the Northwest Hills in Litchfield County saw up to 6 inches of snow. The precipitation is expected to wrap up late tonight, with cold temperatures expected in the region tomorrow. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Rain delays across the board throughout southern Connecticut and lower Fairfield County. The 84 corridor, you're dealing with that nice wintry mix. On 95 northbound, plan on about 45 minutes from Darien going through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is an easier ride. New Haven, 95 southbound side, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Whether it's power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law offices of Elifson and Tenor online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain ending later this evening. It'll be a blustery night with a low in the mid-20s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, in the interest of being fair, because you hear my voice and you think, yeah, unmistakably fair. That's what you do. I got a text from someone with a screenshot. Thank you. And again, even I said the 70% favorability on these military attacks on suspected, alleged drug boats. I'm sure we have more intel on it than we're willing to say. Because remember, anytime you say how you got some intelligence or even infer it, you pretty much blow up a source. So it was 71% who favor these strikes in a Harvard University Harris poll, which, by the way, is run by Mark Penn, who is he was one of the Clinton pollsters, I believe, if I remember correctly. So there's three more polls that kind of ask this question. One is really high, one is really low, one is in the middle. Oh, by the way, the Harvard Harris poll, I believe, is let me just double check here. I don't want to give you bad info. The Harvard Harris poll, I believe, is an online poll too. So there you go. So again, here's how you evaluate polling. Look at 4 or 5 of them, seriously, and make up your minds. What can I tell you? But we have these other. But now a Reuters Ipsos poll released a few weeks ago found that a majority of Americans oppose military strikes. Just 29% support them. However, a CBS News YouGov poll released a couple of weeks ago, right around the same time, found a majority of Americans approve of the military force. 53%, 46% disapproved. Then there's a poll in the middle. A YouGov poll released around the same time showed that 42% of Americans disapproved of these strikes, 27% approved, and 31% were not sure. And by the way, somebody did ask a very pertinent question here, and I did see a story on this. I would think that here's this gentleman texts in here. I would think that if the boats were not drug runners, etc., the families of those blown up would certainly cry out in horror, wondering if that's happened. Well, number one, remember, you're dealing with a dictatorship there. So if the family started crying out in horror, the Maduro gang would find you. Now, there was a story, and you can find this. The folks at the Associated Press, what was this, about 2 weeks ago, I think. I read this because this story was making the rounds amongst us who get to sit in front of a microphone for a few hours a day or a week. So the AP, and kudos to the AP, they found out, or they had sources, I guess in Venezuela, and they started asking around, like, who's on these boats? And after some searching, they did a feature story, and you can find it online. In fact, you know what? When we take the break here and come back and go to the phones, I'll see if I can give you the term that you can Google or Bing with or whatever, or if you use DuckDuckGo, you can find it. Basically, they found out that on one boat, these were low-level drug mules. Now, they weren't hardened criminals, but the way the AP set the story was, hey, this guy was desperate. He was a cab driver. He needed money for his family. And this guy just got laid off at a factory, whatever, the wonders of socialism in Venezuela, which had one of the highest standards of living in the world. And then here come the socialists. By the way, coming up, I have a story of a new proposed rule you would have to follow in New York City if you have privately owned property and want to sell it. Here comes the Mom Donnie bunch. All right, we'll do that and more coming up. I'll get this headline for you, but it's a good question. Thank you. Do we really know who was on these boats? Give you a little info about that. Coming up right here in WICC.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Rain delays across the board throughout southern Connecticut and lower Fairfield County. The 84 corridor, you're dealing with that nice wintry mix. On 95 northbound, plan on about 45 minutes from Darien going through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is an easier ride. New Haven, 95 southbound side, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf going to West Haven. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Whether it's power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law offices of Elifson and Tenor online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
The rain may end as wet snow after midnight. Windy, colder with a low dipping into the mid-20s by daybreak. On Wednesday, sunny, blustery with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Keeping you up to date on everything that matters. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And yes, lucky you and lucky yous. I was able to find this AP story. I sent a link back to the gentleman or the gentlelady who sent me the question here saying, hey, have we found out who's actually on the boats? Now, the Associated Press, good for them, I guess they contracted with some local Venezuelan journalists out there, a reporter and an electronic journalist, and they did publish a story. I told you this was back on, what was this? Let me see, early November. I'm looking at one here. Is this the same story? Let me see. Yeah, November 7th was the first story. So it's been on about a month. Reporter Regina Garcia Cano and video journalist Juan Adrez took serious risks in getting close to the ground in Venezuela's Paria Peninsula to tell the stories of some of the men who had departed from the region on boats that were blown up by the military. Cano confirmed that the identities of the 4 crewmen, or confirmed the IDs, so she found out who these people were, Ms. Garcia Cano. The reporting, here we go now, the reporting placed the men's actions in the context of economic despair facing the region without judgment. In one instance, readers learned how one of the traffickers killed was a longtime local crime boss who had invested in the local economy and helped fund community celebrations. Okay. Well, guess what? John Gotti used to pay for the fireworks for his neighborhood, too. Oh, he funded community celebrations. And by the way, he was a crime boss. Okay. So you can find this story. One guy was a down on his luck. Okay, but if I'm a down on my luck radio guy and they catch me at Bradley with a satchel full of crystal meth or, a bag full of fentanyl, guess what? I'm a radio guy turned drug mule. Well, they have to. Wouldn't you do that to feed your family? No, I wouldn't. I'd sell pencils on the corner before I would traffic in something that has touched my friends and family members as well. I'm not going to do it. Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't be prudent. So, yes, and thank you for texting me that. I forgot to mention, but yeah. So kudos to the AP. They contracted with a couple of local journalists, and that's what happens. These American outlets, they look for somebody who knows the land, who can get people to talk on anonymity. You send some reporter down there with perfect hair and six-pack abs, and guy's going to end up in a pit somewhere. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Here's the bottom line. This is not going to stop. Well, we're going to impeach Trump. All right, then you get J.D. Vance. Be careful what you wish for. I'm telling you, people. Oh, wait till Trump leaves. We're going to take back the White House. Okay. Keep running people like Afton Ben that you're running today. Go ahead. Run people like that. Elect Zoran Mamdani. Wait till I read this new housing law they want to put in place. Oh, man. You got to love it. Hey, I look at a news story and say, what can it add to my show? That's all I care. Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, I was just reading about your little town today.
My little town? What aspect?
I guess the mayor has made some appointments to his staff.
Well, he's a new mayor. And
yeah,
it's funny they do that once they get
every
into
so often. Yeah,
yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah,
I took civics 101. So listen up.
Yeah.
So we have. We just have different levels of crime and different levels. If you're, Miss Maxwell, you get, and directly involved with pedophiles, you get to, the softball courts and, the tennis courts, and you get, moved to a cozy thing. If you, president of some country, trafficking cocaine, brain dead Trump. Let me see that. Let me say this for everybody there. Brain dead Trump, who pardoned, a big time guy and stuff. He is not reading that stuff. I mean, the man is on autopilot himself. It's just like even the January 6th rioters. They didn't want to go through and say this one's violent, this one's not, and stuff. This is just pardon them all, whether they, beat up cops or anything. It's just absolutely startling that people don't care. I'm really interested, in this Nuremberg movie that's coming out.
Yeah.
That looks, it's probably going to win the Academy Award from everything we're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
The fact, people don't care about human rights and the Geneva Convention. All of those stuff. When our fathers and stuff were fighting in World War II and everything, Geneva Convention. Now it's like, well, they're half blown up. Well, let's just go back and blow them up some more. We don't really care. The idea that we should treat, our, quote, enemies in a humane manner.
Tim, I agree 100% with you, but let's not wax too nostalgic about World War II. Yes, it was a wonderful generation. They saved the world. But you know as well as I know, Tim, there was stuff that went on there that was just, Geneva Conventions, but, the guys all looked at each other and went, all right, let's just all right, we did what we did. Let's just move on.
We did treat our prisoners here in this country.
Oh, sure.
They were the people from Germany and other countries were startled that they actually got food, medicine, everything else, in the middle of
as opposed to how the Japanese treated their prisoners. Oh my God!
All of that sort of stuff. So as long as brain dead Trump doesn't read what he's looking at, doesn't J.D. Vance, Mr. President, I don't think you should. That drug dealer, president and stuff, somebody didn't give us enough of a donation or something.
Well, Tim, listen, all I can say is, and I keep saying this because this is the best way I can put it, if things are so bad, then 2026 and 2028 should be batting practice fastballs for the opposition.
If we survive,
we'll be fine. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate the call. Yeah, we'll calm down. No, but I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. Oh, I'm just serious. I don't like to say dead serious. No, I'm serious here. All right, you hate Trump, but I get it. The pardoning of this guy, I'm like, what? But part of this is happening because the other side, and I don't like to necessarily say just Democrats, let's just say the opposition. I never thought, no, honestly, seriously, growing up when I got into this, did you folks ever think? Let me reverse it. It's not all about you, Paul. Yes, it is. It's my show. No. Did you ever think that you would see, and again, as I say, the party of FDR, Harry Truman, LBJ, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, did you ever think you would see them in such disarray? And look, I know parties change. I get it. Everything changes. Cars, food, language, politics, the local level, Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, the state level in Hartford. But my God, now they're saying, well, take a look at this special election coming up tonight, which, it doesn't look real good for the Republicans right now. We'll see. We'll see. It's Mike Van Epps, I think is his name on the Republican side, versus Aftyn, A-F-T-Y-N, Ben, who I guess is a very progressive leaning to the point of, what? Member of the Tennessee legislature, I think. So she's running for Congress. Good for her. Now, she happened to go on TV the other day to a cable news station, MS Now, and said, I'm not going to get wrapped up in cable news talking points. She said this on a cable news station. So I'll take the free PR, but don't you dare try and nail me on something. Okay, Afton, I got you. Understood. And we'll see what happens. Listen, if the Republican gets blown out, then maybe that is an indicator. Who knows? Traffic and weather together right here. Look at that on the 6s, just the way the boss said on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Rain delays across the board throughout southern Connecticut and lower Fairfield County. The 84 corridor, you're dealing with that nice wintry mix. On 95 northbound, plan on about 45 minutes from Darien going through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is an easier ride. New Haven, 95 southbound side, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Whether it's power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law offices of Elifson and Tenor online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain ending later this evening. It'll be a blustery night with a low in the mid-20s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hello, Fairfield County. You're invited to enjoy the R.D. Cinto Free Community Shakespeare event series at R.D. Cinto in Shelton. Nights with Shakespeare features a dramatic weekly play reading of The Winter's Tale with actor Leo Schaff. Nights with Shakespeare is free and open to the public. It's every Tuesday at 6:30, now through December 16th at the Cinto Auditorium at 3 Corporate Drive in Shelton. Learn more and attend. Go to nightswithshakespeare.com for more info.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Yes, the public benefits charge. That's the charge that thousands of you see on your electric bill every month. If you are a customer of Eversource, formerly CL&P or UI, which is owned by Avangrid, well, now at least one of the utility leaders is saying, hey, we'd like to get rid of that if we can work something out with the General Assembly. So we'll talk to Ryan Fazio, candidate for governor on that. Energy policy happens to be one of his he perceives as one of his strong points now. In line with that, we have a very, very powerful Fairfield County Democrat responding to that same story, says, no, we can't do that. We need these projects. And it turns out, I guess, by this piece that was sent to me, that Connecticut's one of the few states in the country that saddles these costs on consumers. And you can be for these costs, but have them paid for differently, maybe a separate budget line. So we'll talk about that. And in the 5 o'clock hour, Megan Portfolio drops by as well.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Steel.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said today he did not know there was a second strike on a drug boat in September. He had stepped away for a meeting.
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded and fire or smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand.
Correspondent Ed O'Keefe has more from the White House.
He was asked if he'd seen those two people clinging to the boat. He said, no, in the fog of war, I didn't. This is what you guys don't get, and went on from there. But that made clear that it was Admiral Bradley, commander of Special Operations Command, who oversaw the strike, issued the order to strike the ship a second time, and that he and the president stand by him for making that decision.
The president said again today he didn't know there was a second strike. It's unclear whether the explanation will satisfy lawmakers who have been demanding briefings on the strikes. Caitlin Huey-Burns has more from Capitol Hill.
They've been called for by both Democrats and Republicans, and that's what makes this situation so unique up here on Capitol Hill, that you haven't seen Republicans essentially rushing to the defense secretary's defense here. They're saying that they want more information, and then they will assess whether there were any rules of law broken in this second strike.
The former president of Honduras, pardoned by President Trump, was released from a prison in West Virginia today. He had been serving 45 years for aiding drug traffickers. The Trump administration plans to withhold SNAP food aid from recipients in some Democratic-controlled states starting next week because it wants more data on the recipients. The suspect in the shootings of 2 National Guard troops in Washington last week entered a plea today from his hospital bed. Christopher Cruz reports.
Ramanallah Lochinwall was also shot by a 3rd National Guardsman during the ambush-style attack in Washington on November 26th. The 29-year-old Lochinwall's attorney entered a not guilty plea on his client's behalf during the brief court hearing. A prosecutor described the shooting as a shocking crime and said it appears that Lochinwall traversed the city before approaching the troops and shooting them.
One died, another is in critical condition. The Northeast is seeing its first major winter snowstorm, but meteorologist Rob Marciano says that's only part of the story with this massive system.
Behind this, we've got big-time cold air coming in for the northeastern third of the country. Minneapolis, Chicago, your wind chills Thursday morning are going to be 10 to 17 degrees below zero.
Parts of New England could see up to 10 inches of snow. On Wall Street at the closing bell, stocks finished higher. This is CBS News.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online at steelusa.com or in-store.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out connecticut-made.com and get made.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, scinto.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The lead attorney for convicted former state budget official Costa Diamantis is looking to withdraw from his next trial. Norm Pattis said in a court motion that he has not been fully paid for the first trial by Diamantis, which led to his conviction on all corruption charges he faced. In a conversation with WTNH TV News 8, Pattis was blunt in his description of the prison time Diamantis may face.
Mr. Diamantis is facing a catastrophic sentence. He'll be lucky to get out of this with less than 10 to 12 years.
Diamantis is now facing a second trial for allegedly trying to stop an audit of Medicaid fraud against the fiancé of a friend. A federal judge will now decide whether Pattis will be allowed to withdraw from the case. And Connecticut received its first taste of winter weather today. The National Weather Service indicated that most of the state received all or mostly rain from the storm. However, the Northwest Hills in Litchfield County saw up to 6 inches of snow. The precipitation will wrap up late tonight with cold temperatures expected in the region tomorrow. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Rain delays across the board throughout southern Connecticut and lower Fairfield County. The 84 corridor, you're dealing with that nice wintry mix. On 95 northbound, plan on about 45 minutes from Darien going through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is an easier ride. New Haven, 95 southbound side, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Whether it's power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the law offices of Elifson and Tenor online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
The rain may end as wet snow after midnight. Windy, colder with a low dipping into the mid-20s by daybreak. On Wednesday, sunny, blustery with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
203. Oh, man. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Must admit, I was chuckling here because some of the answers to our Facebook question of the day right here, facebook.com/Voice of Connecticut, Voice of CD. They're interesting today. And this is the time of the show when Chris is here. We usually have Chris go through some of the more entertaining comments here. Now, the question of the day here, and I opened this. I opened the show with this because you hear it mainly as the top story nationally today. Was the president and the Secretary of War, Secretary Pete Hegseth, saying, "Hey, we're basically doubling down on these military mid-ocean in the Eastern Pacific and the Caribbean hits on what we claim to know are suspected drug boats run by drug mules and drug dealers and doing transfers and maybe shipping actual finally mixed drugs or the parts of it hither and yon, as they say." And the Secretary of War also pressed by the press regarding a second attack on a boat after the first attack didn't kill everybody on the boat. He says, "Hey, that wasn't me. It was one of my generals," whatever. So I asked a simple question. Do you support U.S. military strikes on suspected or alleged? Now, again, we haven't been given hard evidence here. We're in the trust us mode, which sometimes is okay, and sometimes you hear and go, So do you support U.S. military strikes on suspected or alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean and in the Eastern Pacific? Well, Mr. Chris Williams is here. He has poured through the answers. He actually had to filter out some obscenities today and some personal attacks. And he comes up with the following.
Edward thinks that Trump could kill another 2,500 and still not exceed what Obama did with drones. While Joseph thinks it must be done, Maduro is a thug who has made Venezuela a cesspool. This affects us because Maduro is involved in the drugs trade that is poisoning our citizens. Furthermore, over 600,000 Venezuelans are in the U.S. illegally because of Maduro. He needs to be replaced by the woman who received 70% of the vote in the last election, causing the thug Maduro to ignore the results. Chris and Daryl both say absolutely, and Alan said absolutely. I would approve strikes on American soil and against American drug dealers.
All right, there you go. All right. Any dissension there? Did we have any people? I know we had at least one who was calling me an apologist or whatever. All right, so there you go. Listen, again, I just want to give a forum here to those who are for and against. But here's the bottom line. There is kind of a trust me or trust us factor here that some people are going to buy into and some people won't buy into. And our buddy and Randy in Easton last hour, he brought up something interesting. And I think a lot of Americans, if you look at most polls, are okay with this, assuming the information we have is true, the information we have is legitimate. And again, I referenced that Associated Press story that said, well, hey, these may not be hardened criminals, but one's a local kind of a thug, another guy was down on his luck, whatever, and then you look at it and say, well, if you're taking part in criminal activity and doing something for a drug operation, are you not then a drug mule? Now, are they forced to do this? In Venezuela, are there local drug kingpins who say, hey, you know how to pilot a boat, right? Yeah, well, guess what? You're taking this shipment of XYZ to this point in the Eastern Caribbean or in the Pacific. We'll give you the GPS coordinates. That's where you're going to meet up with another boat. Well, I don't want to do that. Well, we know what school your kids go to, and we know where you live. And we've been watching your wife and your 3 kids. So, again, not easy. Not easy. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Come back with more, do a little traffic and weather together, talk some, what everybody loves to talk about a lot of times, your electricity bill and your relationship with the big utilities. Coming up right here, WICC.
When you want the latest news updates, the Voice of Connecticut has always been there. We start every hour with breaking updates from around the nation and around the world with CBS News Radio. Then we take you around your own neighborhood for live and local Connecticut news from WICC's team of reporters. All day, every day. For over 99 years. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Want to cut your winter heating costs and keep the savings coming for years? Get a new energy-efficient heating system now from Hoffman Energy. With great financing options, $0 down, and low monthly payments. Installing a new system can help you save up to $500 on annual energy costs, and you can rely on your local Hoffman Energy team for fast and professional installation. Don't miss this deal for a new heating system. Visit hoffmanenergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Are you ready for some football? Tune in every Sunday to the Voice of Connecticut for nonstop NFL action. Catch 2 thrilling games at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m., plus a 30-minute pregame show at 12:30. We'll bring you the insights, team updates, and the latest league news. It's all brought to you by Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food is served fast. Don't miss a moment of the action. The NFL on the Voice of Connecticut every Sunday. Kick off your game day right.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound accident reported just past exit 12B, and we have reports of ponding and flooding all over the place, especially on Route 8. 95 north, 45 minutes, Stamford through Fairfield Parkway, a little easier out of New Haven. 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain ending later this evening. It'll be a blustery night with a low in the mid-20s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Fairfield County news and talk every afternoon. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
That public benefits charge, you love it, don't you? Now, should it go away? Some people say yes, some people say no. We'll get to that momentarily. First, though, let's talk to Teddy, who is in Stratford today. Teddy, how are you? What's up?
I'm good, Paul. How are you doing?
Teddy, I'm living the dream, pal. What do you got?
Good, good. Listen, I was calling because I was just having this discussion about the boats being blown out of the water. Right?
Yeah.
It's a bigger picture than just blowing some boats out of the water. These criminals they started it, right? They bought these drugs. Mm-hmm. They bring them into this country to kill our kids, to get us addicted for profit. It's all about the God Almighty dollar, right?
Yeah, and the White House is claiming that's an act of war. Technically, doing this in international waters, they claim is an act of war.
I'm just, all I know is that I have a phone where I have half of the numbers in it are full of dead people.
Oh.
Dead people, Paul, that died from drugs, overdoses. Nothing that was here, it was stuff that was bought here, right? It was all for profit. And I'm just saying that I'm pretty sure, I think you could trust Trump enough that he wouldn't do something stupid like kill whatever it is. I think the number is 83, or maybe it's more than that already. But to kill all those people unjustifiably.
Yeah,
right?
and Teddy, Teddy, I've lost 5 or 6 high school friends to drugs, and I have a radio friend who got arrested 5 or 6 times before he finally turned his life around. So yeah, it touches almost everybody.
It's there's that 6 degrees of separation.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the drug epidemic in this country, in this world, is probably more than 6 degrees, right?
Yeah, I would think. Teddy,
probably half of that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Teddy, thank you, my friend.
I'm pretty sure. Okay. Thanks, Paul.
Appreciate it, Teddy. Thank you, and stay in touch. And yeah, I can imagine. What did he say? Having those phone numbers of people that are no longer in his phone. Wow. But yeah, he's right. It's not 6 degrees of separation with drugs. And listen, there are people who are going to say, well, they're just the drug mules. You're not killing the kingpins. But I guess the logic would be, if you knock out as many, or if you make it scary enough, do the mules never show up? And then the counter to that is, well, they'll force people to do it. Sick stuff, man. It just is. It just is. Get back to open phones after the bottom of the hour, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Interesting piece that popped up, I think, in the Hartford Business Journal. There was an energy forum, I guess, a few weeks back, which, again, looked at something that drives me nuts, in the fact that I don't think we have a structured, cogent, well-thought-out energy policy to lead this state into the next 2, 3, 4, 5 decades and beyond. Where do we want to be? How do we do that 10, 20, 30 years from now? And among the controversial items is that public benefits charge, which a lot of people see on their bills. And, over the past couple of years, it's been, hey, wait a minute. Well, I guess there are some utility folks who want to get rid of that pay for those costs a different way. How do we do that? Do we take that off people's bills? Do we make that a budget line item? And there are some people in the General Assembly saying, no, we can't afford to do that. It's got to come out of your pocket, and your pocket. Joining us right now, because this guy knows a lot about energy policy in the state. He is also one of the declared Republican candidates for governor, Greenwich Republican State Senate member Ryan Fazio. Ryan, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm great, Paul. How are you?
Good. What's your reaction to what was said a couple of weeks ago and then the counter from, some of your compatriots there in the General Assembly? A lot of people, Ryan, I still get the calls. What is this public benefits charge, and how do we get rid of it?
Well, we've all been paying this public benefits charge for many, many years, but it wasn't until a couple of years ago that I passed a law requiring it to be itemized and published on our electric bills every month that people began to know about it. And I think that transparency was necessary and appropriate because the public has a right to know how they're being charged by their state government. This is basically, in my mind, a hidden tax, a regressive tax, to fund 60 different government programs, everything from redistributive programs to subsidies for-profit energy companies that represents discretionary government policy that would normally be paid for through a state budget, but instead by the governor and the state legislature has been imposed and funded through people's electric bills as a matter of course for many, many years, and raised to the point that we now have the third highest electric rates in the country. I've been one of the leading advocates for eliminating the public benefits charge for a few years now. But, as was quoted, as you mentioned at the beginning of the story, this is something that has been opposed by the governor and the state legislature to eliminate that charge. Our plan has been blocked by the Democratic majority over and over again to eliminate this charge, even though Connecticut now has the third highest electric rates in the country. And this public benefits charge is so much higher than in other states. So this is why I chose to run for governor in large part, because something needs to change. And if there isn't a change in leadership, the policy won't change with it.
And Ryan, part of the argument against changing this is they say, well, it would be too expensive to put in the budget. But wait a minute, something Ryan asked. Tell me if I'm missing something here. So wait a minute here. So you're asking ratepayers to pay it a lot, not you, but other people say, leave it in the bill. And then the governor and some Democrats were saying, well, we might have to raise taxes or raise some fees if we put it as a budget item. So they're just saying, Ryan, are they not? Well, if we move the money around, people will still have to pay for it. So what am I missing here? Are they just afraid of the deliberative process?
Well, they're admitting the folly of their own policies. It's too expensive to move into the budget. Well, then it's too expensive.
Yeah.
They've raised these costs to the point that they're 20% of our energy bills. It was laws that were signed by the governor and passed by the legislature over many years that has raised this public benefits charge to $1 billion per year statewide. They're right. It's too damn expensive. But they're the ones who have been supportive of the policies over the years. And as you said, the normal deliberative appropriations process is necessary to vet government spending. And if we continue to fund these programs to the point of $1 billion a year without that public hearing process, the budgetary process where you prioritize, you try to economize, then they're going to continue to grow out of hand. And once Revolution Wind, the offshore wind project, if it goes online, when it goes online, those costs are going to go up by tens of millions of dollars or more per year on top of that. So this isn't going to get worse unless we actively change government policy, which will require we actively change the leadership of our state government.
Yeah, and finally, Ryan, whether it's this or umpteen other issues in this state, my head explodes here. I literally bang my head on the console here when we're just afraid. We have some fear, Ryan, and whether it's on this or other policies, of just stepping back and saying, hey, how can we do this differently? You got to change. You have to evolve with the times, yet we seem so stagnant in this state. It drives me nuts. It really does.
Yeah, nothing passed the smell test or the common sense test in this state, but we should step back. People who are in government too long, they kind of get lulled into a sense that this is always the appropriate course of action. It's not. It's not acceptable. We have the third highest taxes and electric costs in the country. We could do so much better than this. We need real change, and I think people understand that, and we shouldn't be lulled into this sense of Stockholm Syndrome or Hartford Syndrome where we just accept the state of things in the state government.
That's very good. I didn't have a reference to Stockholm Syndrome on my list when I woke up this morning. Very good. Ryan Fazio. Ryan, thanks, man. Appreciate the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks. Appreciate it. By the way, Ryan Fazio there, Republican candidate for governor. And by the way, if you wonder what Stockholm Syndrome is, you can look it up. Stockholm Syndrome is a syndrome where those hostages or those who are captured take on the belief and the sympathy of their captors. He may be right there. Let's do a little news, traffic, and weather together. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound accident reported just past exit 12B, and we have reports of ponding and flooding all over the place, especially on Route 8. 95 north, 45 minutes, Stanford through Fairfield Parkway, a little easier out of New Haven. 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. And then Krause with WICC Traffic.
The rain may end as wet snow after midnight. Windy, colder with a low dipping into the mid-20s by daybreak. On Wednesday, sunny, blustery with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Dine out for half price. It's sweet deals at voiceofct.com. Buy $50 gift cards for $25. $25 gift cards for $12.50. Purchase at voiceofct.com. Click sweet deals. Restaurants include Melting Pot, Munch Eatery, Tucker's Pie, Garlic and Herbs, Vinny's Deli, Lockworks Tavern and Saltbrick Prime, Sugar Llamas, Frankie's Diner, Greer Southern Table, Dave's Planet Pizza, Forever Sweet Bakery, and The Primping Place. To save 50%, go to voiceofct.com, click sweet deals.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said today he stepped away before a second strike on a suspected drug boat, but that the decision made by an admiral was the right one.
President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
President Trump denied again knowing about a second strike or the possibility of survivors after the first.
I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete, but
but to me it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes.
A powerful storm is moving from the Midwest into the Northeast. Rob Marciano reports on the outlook for New England.
We're going to see 6 to 10 to 12 inches of snow before this is done. And then the colder air that comes in behind this, that's really going to be the gut punch.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Connecticut man has accepted a plea deal in connection with a home invasion in Bridgeport where a gunshot was fired. Prosecutors say the gunshot fired by 34-year-old Jesus Quesada did not strike anyone, and he was linked to the weapon through DNA evidence. Quesada has agreed to plead guilty to a first-degree burglary charge in exchange for a 12-year prison term. The plea also disposes of a charge that Quesada violated the terms of his probation. A former mayor and 25-year veteran of the city council in Meriden is dead at the age of 80. Michael Rode resigned from the council last month, citing health reasons. He died Sunday, according to city officials. A tribute to Rode is planned for next Monday evening when the mayor, city councilors, and members of the Board of Education take the oath of office. New Canaan firefighters have issued a vote of no confidence in Fire Chief Albert Bassett. The vote was taken after Bassett was found to have violated the town ethics code and was issued a short suspension last month. In declaring a lack of confidence in Bassett, the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3224, says in a statement that his actions are a profound breach of trust. The union is demanding department leadership that models integrity, not leadership that erodes it. Hunter Biden is facing a hearing this month in Waterbury as the state seeks to suspend his license to practice law. Grievances have been filed with the state bar against the son of former President Joe Biden after his federal convictions on gun and tax charges. Hunter Biden became a member of the Connecticut bar in 1997 after he graduated from Yale Law School. He was pardoned by his father last year, weeks before he was scheduled to be sentenced. The hearing is December 15th. Law enforcement officials are warning Connecticut residents about violent extremist groups that target teenagers online. Several years ago, a teen in Vernon was arrested for calling in several bomb threats to her school. Police later discovered that her actions were due to blackmail from an online group that targets vulnerable teens. In a conversation with WFSB Channel 3, FBI Special Agent P.J. O'Brien described the group's methods.
Taking a sexually explicit photograph or a video that includes some sort of sexually explicit activity, and then once they have that, they use that as leverage to exploit the victim to do more and more activities.
Law enforcement experts are warning parents to always be aware of their children's online activities. And former Fairfield Police Chief Gary McNamara also warned that teens are not the only group susceptible to this kind of manipulation.
The online arena is not necessarily your friend. These are subtle activities that occur. Adults fall for them as well. So I think we always have to remember when you're online, you are always potentially subject to some sort of exploitation.
State police were busy on Connecticut's roads and highways during the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Troopers responded to nearly 5,300 calls for service during the weekend, including 475 crashes. More than 30 of the holiday crashes involved injuries, and 2 of those collisions led to deaths. The deadly crashes were in Groton and in Montville. Troopers also report making over 1,200 traffic stops for a variety of infractions and made 30 DUI arrests. And the newly elected Bridgeport City Council has failed to elect a new president. Mayor Joe Ganim presided over Monday's first meeting since the council members were sworn in for new terms. Councilwoman Jeanette Herron received 10 votes for president, and last session's leader, Aidi Nieves, received 8 votes, with 2 members voting no. Ganim said their no votes served as abstentions under council rules, which are not allowed without an ethical conflict of interest.
I'm going to let that go this time, and then I'm going to clarify a no vote as an abstention.
you can argue if you want, but we're not going to do it here. We're not going to do it here, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, please continue with the vote.
Ganim adjourned the meeting and said the matter would be resolved soon. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Route 8 North, an accident to exit 12B has things backed up over the bridge and through Shelton. 95 northbound, a solid hour crunch through Bridgeport. The Parkway a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And you have rain delays bound. Watch your speeds, please. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement repair and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain ending later this evening. It'll be a blustery night with a low in the mid-20s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Everything you need to know to stay informed. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422. Can I please make a small, teensy-weensy, tiny request of you? Please. Our debate yesterday that we had regarding, again, something that Deep is getting into again. They're preparing to tell people. They're holding these forums around the state. There's one coming up, I think, day after tomorrow, Thursday, 6 o'clock in Derby about, trying to mitigate the black bear problem, the growing bear problem in the state. And I'm seeing this refrain again on the question I put up, and I'm seeing this on some other state TV news sites and print sites about this. Can we please stop? I'm begging you, because use your logic here, whether you're pro-bear hunt or anti-bear hunt. At least for the love of God, understand what the hell you're talking about. And I'm seeing more and more of these responses of, well, we took over the bears' land. No, we didn't. At least not here in Connecticut. Please. And you know what? Even if we did take over the bears' land, we're humans. They're animals. We rule over the beasts of the earth, right? Read all the scriptures. But without going religious on you, understand what's happening here in Connecticut. And I didn't mean to go back to this today in huge detail here, but having said that, this is not a case of a gross and vast expansion over land that was inhabited by the bears. No. The bear population was very small in this state about 20 years ago, 200 or 300, and they were not all over the state. We didn't march in and take some land from the bears, come to an agreement with the bears in the state and saying, hey, all right, we did you wrong. Here's a casino. All right? Which we didn't do like we did with the Native American tribes. The bears in the state were largely at one time centered in and around the Northwest Hills, Upper Litchfield County. Route 8, all the way up, heading. You know the area I'm talking about. So they were not any building we did over the past 20 or 30 years here in Connecticut. No, it didn't take any land from the bears. I love seeing this. Well, we intruded on where they lived. No, we didn't. There were no bears living in West Hartford. There were no bears living in Derby or Shelton. Guess what? You know how they got there? They fornicated and they moved themselves. We didn't make some sort of mass move to rob the Native American bear in Connecticut of its land. Now, that doesn't mean you have to approve or disapprove of a regulated bear hunt, which I insist is coming, all these informational forums that are going to happen over the next 2 or 3 weeks. This is just deep, laying the foundation after the election next year. I'm sure the governor will sign it. He'll get the General Assembly to pass it, and he'll say, okay, I'll take the heat for it, whatever. Because even Deep is saying, hey, now this is getting really bad, and it's not showing any it's not showing any sense of slowing down here. But this ridiculous notion that we somehow took over land that the bears were on, no. At least know what you're talking about. Now, it doesn't mean that means you automatically have to be in favor of a bear hunt. No, but my God, that's one little mantra I have. Open your mind up and do some research. Mommy bears and daddy bears have created a whole lot of little, all along with me now, baby bears for about the last 20 years. And that's why the bear population has gone from about 200 to 1,200 in the state. And they move, they migrate. But this notion that we have somehow taken land from the bears, I mean, please stop. And even if we did take land from the bears, we'll give them a casino and make them happy. All right, still a little business, traffic, and weather together, all that as we continue right here on what is this? It's Tuesday on WICC, 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online streaming at voiceofct.com. We shall be right back right now.
No gathering is too big or too small for Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan. Holiday gatherings, birthdays, graduation parties, and office events. Frank Pepe's is the ultimate crowd pleaser, and Pepe's gift cards make the best gift. Right now, for every $25 online gift card purchased, get a $5 bonus. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, the original New Haven of Eats since 1925. Pepe'sPizzeria.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Serving my country required sacrifice that changed my life forever. I remember the day I came home. Because of my injuries, this house wasn't right for me anymore. I remember the narrow doorways, the small bathrooms, the shelves out of reach when in my wheelchair. Every day was full of obstacles. I felt trapped. I remember a better day. The day my family received a specially adapted custom home from Homes for Our Troops. That day changed everything. Now we have a safe and accessible home to enjoy the freedom I fought for. This place, our home, is exactly what we needed to rebuild our lives.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 North, an accident to exit 12B has things backed up over the bridge and through Shelton. 95 northbound, a solid hour frontage through Bridgeport. The Parkway a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And you have rain delays bound. Watch your speeds, please. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement repair and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
The rain may end as wet snow after midnight. Windy, colder with a low dipping into the mid-20s by daybreak. On Wednesday, sunny, blustery with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a man, a microphone, and a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. And just for the record, I don't hunt. I've never fired a live round of ammunition. I fished a few times. And for you guys and gals that go out there and hunting, God bless you. If you eat what you kill, if you kill it and grill it, if you're a trophy hunter, whatever. That's not my concern. Just do it legally, get the proper hunting accoutrement, the hunting license from the state, whatever. But man, oh man, every time I see one of these, well, the bears were here first. No, they weren't. They were not in about 80% of Connecticut. So please, give them a casino and be done with it. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Marty in Milford is here. Marty, how are you? What's up?
I'm good, thank you, Paul. How are you?
Oh, Marty, I'm good. What do you got?
So, listening to your show for the last couple of days, I feel like I'm listening to a Chicago sports station.
Yeah.
Keep talking so much about the Bears and the Cubs.
The Bears and the yeah, no, but it's just Marty. It drives me nuts when the scientists keep saying what needs to be done, and people, in my opinion, people just let their emotions take over. That's all.
Oh, absolutely. So I'm thinking the way that Bob Barker used to think: to control the population, pay or neuter your bears.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't know if that's I mean you're talking about several 100-pound animals here, wild. I don't think that's no.
Sometimes you got to think outside the box.
Yeah. You spot any bears in Milford? Have you seen them in your city or not?
Only Bears fans.
That's it.
But no, I haven't. No.
Yeah. Well, listen,
Right.
if you're a Bears fan, man, you got to be loving what's going on there, man. That whatever they're paying Ben Johnson, their head coach, he is well worth it, man. You talk about what a coach can do to turn a team around. Wow.
Honest to God.
Wow.
Yeah, we're really proud of him this year, and every game has been a nail biter. So you're forced to watch the whole game.
So we will see. Marty, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're talking about the Chicago Bears there. They hired Ben Johnson, who was the brains in Detroit there with the Lions. And, man, I don't know, have you seen the video? Ben Johnson, I guess he has, you know what? It's one of these videos you have to find. And look for it online if you can, because it reminds you, and no, I'm not being serious here. I'm not trying to be flip. It reminds you that even in a locker room full of multi-million-dollar athletes, guys who in 1 year, in half a year, will make more money than 99.9999% of people, even in that scenario, they win and they act like kids. They act like a high school team, and Ben Johnson, the Bears coach, imported a cheer that he used to do when he was a high school quarterback, a hotshot high school quarterback. And he caps it off with taking his shirt off, right? Which does nothing for me, but ladies, I could see some abs the other day. Anyway, go find it. Go online. I can't hear it here because I think he lets loose with, how effing good are we, or whatever. But it's 10 seconds into this, you say, you know what? I could play for that guy. Or, man, if my boss was just like that, I'd run through a wall for him or her. So check it out. Find a video. Just do Ben Johnson post-game Bears locker room. And they do the cheer, and he rips off his shirt, and they all act like they're 18 again in high school. The difference is they're in their early and mid-20s, and a lot of them make $20 or $30 million a year. But God bless them. By the way, speaking of money, let me check this off my list, too. Could we play? I'm going to make a request right now because this is the word du jour, the word of the day, that's driving me nuts. And everybody's got to glom onto it because Mr. Mamdani ran a great campaign in New York and he won. Stop with the affordability, please. I'm seeing all this stuff on cable news all day on all three of the channels. Oh, the theme for 2026 and 2028 is going to be affordability. No, it's not. Please stop it. well, it's too expensive to live in these cities. It's always been expensive to live in cities. Maybe you can live in a city if you, I don't know. And listen, I'm as guilty as the next person. Maybe if you stop upgrading your phone every year. Maybe if you get rid of a few streaming services that you have, but you never really watch them. Maybe if you buy that 1 year off lease car instead of a new car and save 20 or 30 grand in the process. Listen, I've known all too well that, affordability is directly governed by choices you make. Now, hey, I want to live in that building, but I can't afford it. Too bad. See, here's my point. Unless you go hard left, which New York City is apparently thinking of doing, next hour I'll read you what's being considered for private property owners in New York City. This is going to make your head explode. And it looks like it's going to pass. As to the right you have to own private property and to sell it. See, this is what I mean. Don't count out the Republicans in 2026 or 2028, because they're just going to point to some of these cities and say, hey, you want this? This is the other side. This ain't JFK, LBJ, or Harry Truman anymore. But this notion of, the key thing is affordability. No, it's not. No, you don't get to live in whatever section of a city or in whatever building you want to live in straight out of college. Maybe you don't get to do it 10, 20, or 30 years down the road. But you know what? You can live in some other probably really nice places. Or temper your excitement or say, hey, maybe I shouldn't live in the city. How much money can you make by just living 5, 10, 15 miles outside a city center? Well, that means I have to get a car. Yeah, and that's probably a better investment over 4 or 5 years. But this whole notion now, I'm seeing about, affordability, that's going to be key. Oh, stop it. How about being normal? Being normal might get you either side. I say this to the Republicans and the Democrats here in Connecticut and even in nationally. Be normal. Talk to people. Don't talk about being triggered by this or aggression of this and microaggression. Stop it. Be normal. Talk to people in lingo they understand. And understand how things work. But this notion that, affordable, and tell me beyond setting unreasonable rules for the use of private property and money, how do you govern affordability? How do you do that? How do you do that? Well, I can't afford that $5,000 a month condo I want to rent in Midtown. Well, guess what? You don't get to live there. Yeah, but I want to. I should. No, you shouldn't. And please, believe me, I'm not trying to sound like, even though I'm doing a good job, the cranky old balding Italian suburban white guy saying get off my lawn, but come on. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Look, Mom, Donnie ran a great campaign because they probably sat down. Because remember, even though he's never had a real job, he was in the New York State Assembly, and he was a failed rapper. I'm serious. He tried to be a rapper once. Yeah, you look at him and you think rapper. You think hip-hop. You think him doing a duet with, Snoop Dogg. But I'm sure they got into their pre-election strategery meetings and said, well, affordability, that's it. Why? Because I guess people constantly have the notion that they want to be upwardly mobile, but live bigger and better than they think they can. And they will find out because, as you and I know, the older we get, the further detached we come from, material stuff. All I want is a roof above my head, a door that locks, maybe an air conditioner that works, and a TV and a computer. And I'm okay. I'm good with that. Traffic and weather together right here, right now. It is a Tuesday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 North, an accident to exit 12B has things backed up over the bridge and through Shelton. 95 northbound, a solid hour crunch through Bridgeport. The Parkway a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And you have rain delays bound. Watch your speeds, please. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement repair and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain ending later this evening. It'll be a blustery night with a low in the mid-20s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The Snow Country Ski Report is brought to you by Land Rover Fairfield. Discover your next Land Rover on Commerce Drive in Fairfield. If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need hair volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS. After a few mountain snow showers closed out our weekend, we've got a big week ahead with snowmaking and terrain expansion and a good shot of some natural snow as well. Skiing in some fresh powder could make the start of your ski season a memorable one. Powder Ridge has already been open. They'll be back soon for skiing and rotting, while at Wachusett they have about 3 to 4 trails open and some nighttime skiing already. Up to Vermont, where Stratton kicks off the young season with 15 trails. Killington with almost 30 runs and 16 miles, including runs for all abilities at Killington. Smuggler's Notch with some recent new snow and 10 trails open. Magic Mountain and Bolton Valley both will be back open this Saturday. Smuggler's Notch, Vermont, America's family resort. Visit smugs.com. Get more ski condition details at snowcountry.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yeah, and before we go to news, let's do this. I found this interesting. Just a little nugget here for you. Apparently, one medical group says Connecticut is doing a bad job with warnings on labels of marijuana products. So this is a site called Stat10, reporting from the frontiers of health and medicine. And they think that there should be certain warnings, specific warnings, things about using cannabis products while breastfeeding or pregnant, don't drive under the influence, physical health risks of smoking. So the best states, the A grades, go to California, Illinois, Nevada, Colorado, and Oregon. Okay? The B grades, Alaska, Arizona, and Oregon. Guam, Minnesota, New York, Delaware, Massachusetts, Maryland, Michigan, among the states that get an F. Connecticut. There you go. We're so weird in that aspect. There's stuff you would think is a home run that's easy that we don't do. I mean, how many years have I been talking on this show, and you hear it on Lisa's show and Melissa's show and on shows all around the state, print media, TV. How many years, for example, have we seen that in all that tobacco settlement money that happened, 15, 20 years ago? We're among the states that does the worst at using the tobacco settlement to keep people from smoking and underage people from using tobacco products and nicotine products. So I guess with marijuana, it looks like it's continuing.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said today he was in a meeting when a second strike was launched on a suspected drug boat with possible survivors on board.
Fire or smoke, you can't see anything, you got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes.
He said an admiral ordered the strike and had every right to do so. President Trump said again he didn't know there was a second strike.
To me, it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a vote.
CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns reports it's unclear if that will satisfy lawmakers who have been demanding more answers.
You have a bipartisan group up here on Capitol Hill wanting to know more information and concerned about what exactly happened with these strikes and if, in fact, there were survivors killed. For many Republicans, that, if in fact true, if they get it confirmed from intelligence, that is a red line.
The former president of Honduras, who was pardoned by President Trump, was freed from a West Virginia prison today. He'd been serving 45 years for aiding drug traffickers. Senator Mark Warner.
Of course, if you're wondering what is the overall policy here, when on one level Trump says he's going after the drug cartels and in the same moment freeing a convicted Honduran president who was convicted in our country of literally massive drug shipments, then you've got a right to scratch your head.
The Afghan suspect who opened fire on 2 National Guard members in Washington last week entered a not guilty plea today from his hospital bed. President Trump's envoy was in Moscow today to meet with President Putin. And in Ireland, Ukraine's president spoke about the key obstacles to ending the war.
I think that the most sensitive things and the most difficult questions or questions with the challenges, it's about territories.
Meteorologist Rob Marciano in Middletown, New York, on the powerful storm sweeping into the Northeast.
This is widespread. We've seen a trail of snow from Kansas City to Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, and now here. And we've got winter storm warnings that are posted for the Catskills and parts in the Berkshires, in between that and Albany, New York, and much of central New England.
New England could get 10 inches of snow. On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher, the Dow up 185 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Connecticut man has accepted a plea deal in connection with a home invasion in Bridgeport where a gunshot was fired. Prosecutors say the gunshot fired by 34-year-old Jesus Quesada did not strike anyone, and he was linked to the weapon through DNA evidence. Quesada has agreed to plead guilty to a first-degree burglary charge in exchange for a 12-year prison term. The plea also disposes of a charge that Quesada violated the terms of his probation. A former mayor and 25-year veteran of the city council in Meriden is dead at the age of 80. Michael Rode resigned from the council last month, citing health reasons. He died Sunday, according to city officials. A tribute to Rode is planned for next Monday evening when the mayor, city councilors, and members of the Board of Education take the oath of office. And Hunter Biden is facing a hearing this month in Waterbury as the state seeks to suspend his license to practice law. Grievances have been filed with the state bar against the son of former President Joe Biden after his federal convictions on gun and tax charges. Hunter Biden became a member of the Connecticut Bar in 1997 after he graduated from Yale Law School. He was pardoned by his father last year, weeks before he was scheduled to be sentenced. The hearing is December 15th. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 North, an accident to exit 12B has things backed up over the bridge and through Shelton. 95 northbound, a solid hour crunch through Bridgeport. The Parkway a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And you have rain delays bound. Watch your speeds, please. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement repair and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
The rain may end as wet snow after midnight. Windy, colder with a low dipping into the mid-20s by daybreak. On Wednesday, sunny, blustery with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, it's Tuesday? Yes, 2 days of the week. How about that? Brand new month. How you doing, huh? Right here. How you doing, eh? At 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Got some very, how should we say, animated, boisterous responses here. Love to hear from you. You can check in online right now at facebook.com/voice of CT or on the phones here at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC, or text message. Yes, same number, talk or text. Because, you sometimes, I don't want people to recognize my voice. I'll send Paul a text message. And occasionally I'll even text you back if you need some info. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. You've heard the top story all day today. The spotlight now on Secretary of War, I guess technically now. I don't know whether that was ever passed or not, but the Trump White House prefers it to be the War Department, which it was before and during World War II. It's funny to go back and listen to all those old radio broadcasts. The Secretary of War said today, but Pete Hegseth getting grilled as to whether or not there was a second follow-up or what the military calls a double tap on a target, one of these boats in the Caribbean or in the Eastern Pacific a few weeks ago. Were there survivors from the original attack, and were they killed with a second attack? Now, Mr. Hegseth is blaming, or not blaming, but he's saying, hey, one of the generals did this. So again, the question here is, and we've got some pretty interesting responses on this Tuesday, the 2nd of December. Do you support the military strikes on suspected or alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean and in the Eastern Pacific? Now, we've seen a lot of the video. It's not like they're actually hiding the video here. I mean, I guess if they wanted to really hide this, if they really didn't know these boats apparently were not real fishing boats or fishing trawlers, they're, kind of high-speed stuff here with multiple outboards, hundreds of horsepower here, I guess they could hide it, but they've gone ahead with the they've gone ahead with the video here. Now the question is, of course, how do we know what's on these boats? Well, the notion might be that we have what we call assets, different intelligence there. One of our callers before said, hey, how do we know? Well, we don't. We have to exercise, some manner of trust into what's going on. And then overall, you sit back and you think, well, wait a minute, is this going to actually do anything? I guess in kind of a rote and abstract way here, you can say, well, do we keep blowing up as many? And what have they killed now? 80 people, I think, or something like that, claiming that they are narco-terrorists, that they are trafficking in goods and in chemicals and in concoctions that could eventually kill people. Legal standing, I have no idea. I have zero understanding of the laws of war, the laws of the territorial or coastal waters versus once you get into international waters, which is, 12 miles, I think? Isn't that how it works? Every nation can claim, 12 miles or 12 miles of the U.S.? Kind of why when you go on a cruise, you got to wait a few minutes before the casino is now open. That's because you're in international waters. Tax laws are a little different. Hey, that $5,000 I won, I was 50 miles out in international waters, So do you support the military strikes on suspected or alleged drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean and or the Eastern Pacific? Or is that not the way to go? Or are we at the point right now, especially with fentanyl, where none of what we're doing actually works? And people are saying, well, for those years, we supposedly had a quote-unquote war on drugs. Now maybe we will have a real war on drugs.
The holidays are here, and this season you can make memories to last a lifetime while helping out a great cause. Join WICC for an evening with John Tesh, Monday, December 8th at Visano's Four Seasons in Stratford. Enjoy a night of food and stories, plus a special performance of your holiday favorites from John Tesh. All proceeds benefit the Holiday Fund for Children. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
This season, shop small and save big at Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery in Ansonia. Celebrate store-wide savings on Lazy Boy recliners, Beauty Rest mattresses, and more, just in time to refresh your home before the holidays. Stop by and spread some cheer. Spectre Furniture is a proud drop-off site for teams' toys for kids. Bring in a new unwrapped toy and brighten the child's season. Spectre Furniture, trusted for 135 years on Main Street in Ansonia. Shop small, save big, give back.
This holiday season, turn your moments together into memories to last a lifetime. See Santa dive with sharks, watch snow fall inside the aquarium, or unwrap the secrets of the ocean. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to plan your visit today.
I started working with K&J Tree Service about a year ago, and I know it can be really expensive to have tree work done at your home. But listen, I've had actually a tree fall across our driveway and keep us stranded in our home for 2 days before. I've had fences break because of trees that have fallen. You want to make sure that your property is protected. And if you are worried about the costs, well, this is the good time to work with K&J Tree Service because they are having unprecedented savings right now with flash sales like 25% off tree pruning. And they also have some really great discounts right now if you were to call them at 203-248-TREE. By the way, they do a free tree risk assessment as well. One of their licensed arborists will come to your home, check things out, and then let you know what their recommendations are. And there's no obligation to do the work with them. Give them a call at 203-248-TREE or go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, and book your appointment. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning. And take advantage of those incredible offers right now with K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
It's why Access Health CT is here to connect you to health and dental coverage, to offer you free expert help, to maximize financial assistance, to help you discover the peace of mind of having health and dental coverage. Enroll today at accesshealthct.com.
When it comes to buying Continental
Continental winter tires at the guaranteed lowest price, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. Plus, when it comes to getting more free services, when you buy Continental winter tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So for the best deal on Continental tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Accident reported near exit 3. On the Parkway northbound, it's at least a little bit better. Route 8, northbound side, heavy. Residual delays coming out of Trumbull, going through Shelton up to the bridge from an earlier accident that's been cleared. We do have reports of ponding and flooding all over the place. On 95 southbound out of New Haven, you're jamming through Longmore going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross is only slightly better. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Rain ending later this evening. It'll be a blustery night with a low in the mid-20s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're live and local, and we want to hear from you on the Voice of Connecticut. Call 203-333-WICC. We now return to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9.
And geez, you don't understand or believe or realize how lucky you are, he said as he woke up from his dream. All right, a little past 5:17 after or so. Now you know what that means. That means every Tuesday at this time we have carved out a few minutes for Megan Portfolio from the Yankee Institute. She of the Hartford Portfolio. She sits there, goes through hours of video on a regular basis on CTN, reads these reams of bills and stuff, the General Assembly, just so you and I can be a little better informed as to the lunacy in Hartford. Good afternoon, Ms. Portfolio. How are you?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm all right.
Well, this weather's killing me.
Yeah, it's a little raw outside. I mean, I'm generally a cold weather person, but this is a little a little
Yeah, Bruno likes to mill around outside when it's like this, so I have to stand there in the freezing rain, waiting for him to finish smelling every blade of grass.
How is Bruno, by the way?
Oh, he is all better.
Yeah.
He has been a bad boy today.
Yeah.
He had some workers in the house. And
yeah. Oh boy.
Anxious. Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, that's good. So Bruno had his gender
affirming care.
So now he's all he control the bars and not have to worry about anything.
Yep. All the girls in the neighborhood are safe.
Nice. Well, you told me you said before it happened he kind of had a reputation. You thought.
Oh, he's a cat. Oh, he is. He's so cute. The female dogs they all love him.
There you go. All right. So what have you been working on here? Because I know you're constantly on Project A and Project B and taking a look at everything. So what should my listeners know about and check in on?
That essentially every bill that comes out of the General Assembly lately is like a Taylor Swift song where you got to try to find the Easter egg or the bad thing.
Yeah. So
he passed this housing bill.
Yeah.
Which conveniently they sign it. The governor signs it on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving because it's a big news day. Everyone's paying so much attention to the news and not their turkeys.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So this bill is supposed to be about affordability, which is it essentially mandates all these quotas for the town. And it's supposed to be about affordability and building more homes. Well, they include in this bill, of course, buried in the bottom of it, this provision which will help the towns supposedly with affordable housing projects.
Right.
But there's a catch, as there always is. And so essentially what they're doing is they're going to be borrowing money. They're going to be bonding money.
Now, who's they? The state?
The state.
Okay.
So using our money, our taxpayer dollars, they're going to use that to borrow money so that they can hand out to the unions. So so they can funnel into the unions so that the unions can build more affordability.
Oh, so we talked about. So this was in the first bill, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it was in the second bill, and this is why I wanted to write about this again, because essentially this experiment has been tried elsewhere. They tried this out in Los Angeles, and they basically found having this union-built affordable housing jacked up the cost by like 21%.
What a shock.
So out of every 5 houses they could have built, 1 couldn't be built because of their labor costs going through the roof.
Well, don't we have in
Oh,
Connecticut what is called project labor agreements?
Yeah,
Isn't
they're
that
called
part of it?
project labor agreements. So it's basically contract with the unions, and it dictates on who gets hired, and everything has to be funneled through the unions, including all the apprentices. The one good thing about it is most of them have like lockout and strike. They prohibit that, which is a good thing.
Right.
But the rest of it, so the rest of this project labor agreement, which in order to get this taxpayer money, you have to have a project labor agreement.
Yeah.
It boxes out any other contractor.
Sure.
So if you're an open shop contractor, you can't bid on it. So now you're cutting down competition, which now you're not going to get the best quote. So not only are they taking our tax dollars to use to borrow money, which we have to pay the interest on, we're going to be funneling that money into the unions, who are actually going to build less housing than could have possibly been built. So it's just kind of laughable when they talk about, this affordability, and one of the tools in there to help the towns build more affordable housing actually is going to create less housing at a larger dollar amount, larger price tag.
Megan Portfolio is the guest. She of the Hartford Portfolio Yankee Institute. Check it out, yankeeinstitute.org. Megan, I know, and I think we mentioned this before, I guess one difference from the first bill, and I don't know whether you ran into any of this going over the 100 pages here, but as opposed to the first bill, there's some sort of, I'm foggy on this, there's kind of an unelected body, which works great in this state, Pura. There's some sort of, don't get me started on that. There's some sort of boards or unelected body that's going to monitor all this, which I don't think was in the first bill, was it?
Yeah, no, I don't believe that was in the first bill.
Yeah.
It's in this bill. So they're just creating a lot more bureaucracy. With that. And they try to sell this to us like, the towns take the lead, but not really, because we have to get a permission slip from Big Brother, and if we don't comply, it's like they're going to basically take away your allowance.
Yeah, and one of the things, too, that's intriguing that I can't wait to, this is going to be like the Petri dish here. I'm going to watch this, I guess, like the first bill. What is it? You can go to a commercially zoned area, and you can just, without too much internal debate in your municipality, what is it? You can flip that zoning and put up, 9 unit.
I can't remember the number, but 18 makes it as of right.
Yeah.
So essentially they can build multi-family homes as of right without having to go through the long process.
Like
it's
in
really
like if the area is zoned for a truck stop, you can build like residential units there.
Yeah. Which I'm not 100% opposed to that if it makes sense for the town, and the town would know this, because listen, if I'm running a town, I want housing. Of course, but I want it to be smart, and I want it to make sense, and I don't want it to overburden my infrastructure, and I don't want it to, cost more than it has to cost. So I want to be able to control my town and the people that live in the town and the businesses that pay taxes in my town to be able to control, what goes where. Because those are the people that live there. Someone that lives on the other end of the state telling me I have to have all this as of right because they say so. And the town, yes, are the towns, all of them, meeting their requirements? No. But they do want to build. Most of these towns do want to build.
Yeah.
They don't want people not to move there, but it has to be done in a way that makes sense to the taxpayers and to your infrastructure.
All right. So this bill, you said you're going through it. It's about 100 pages or something like that? Is that? So is there anything, and I know you go over this line by line and page by page, God bless you. Is there anything, and you may have mentioned it so far, is there anything that you came over and you went, hey, whoa, wait a minute there. Well, I didn't, wait, let me read that again. Or is it just kind of all the stuff that we've already talked about?
I kind of basically the stuff we've already talked about. Okay. It's just if you're, this is just the typical Hartford stuff that really drives me insane.
It's so hard to read. It's so
it's
hard to read.
Not only is it hard to read, but the way I'm very big into how the process is done, and I don't like this new way we do things in Hartford, where we do things, behind the scenes. The people that affect, I'm a stakeholder. I own a home. I live in this state. I pay taxes.
Yep,
I'm a
so
stakeholder.
do I. Yep.
Why do I have to be the last person to read this? I mean, wouldn't you think there would have been some? I mean, it's not like, okay, so they signed the bill.
Yeah.
We have affordable housing today. No, this could have waited to the next session in February. No. It didn't need to be done right now.
No.
But they pushed this stuff there because they know it's not going to do anything. And the people that write the bill just want to have a win.
Just because.
Well, we worked really hard on this, and we've been doing it for so many years. So, look, we passed something. Okay, well, I can't wait to follow this through the process to see, hey, you know what? Hopefully it is successful. But I'm going to be watching it. We'll every
see.
report that comes out, I'm going to read every single one of them. And I'm going to point out if it is a failure.
And good, thank you for that. And at least now coming up, this is the short session, right? Because it's an election year. I was going to say, so at least starting in late January, February, whatever, early February. Are we going to be talking here largely about, bills to rename post offices? I mean, they never do nothing greasy in the election year, right?
No. Well, I don't know. I don't do politics. I can't answer that. But typically, they don't try to do things that are too scandalous. So there's going to be some interesting stuff coming this session. I mean, there's already talk. This is our other new fun thing we like to do in Hartford: create slush funds.
Slush funds.
So they're already the environmentalists are already talking about it, and I'm going to be writing about this by next week.
Excellent.
A slush fund, everything's a slush fund now. I'm going to have to do a count how many slush funds we have in the state.
Slush fund. And what flavor the slushy is? Is it lime? Is it, the old 7-Eleven thing. All right, Megan Portfolio, the Hartford Portfolio. Read it, check it out at the Yankee Institute. Megan, take care, and we'll chat next week. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Have a great week.
You too. Thanks. All right, thanks to our friend Megan Portfolio again, folks. She reads. Some of these bills are 200 and 300 pages long in legalese. Heretofore and may and shall and after. She reads every line of every bill, and she watches hours and hours of the debates on CTN. Bless her.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Accident reported near exit 3. On the Parkway northbound, it's at least a little bit better. Route 8, northbound side, heavy. Residual delays coming out of Trumbull, going through Shelton up to the bridge from an earlier accident that's been cleared. We do have reports of ponding and flooding all over the place. On 95 southbound out of New Haven, you're jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross is only slightly better. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
The rain may end as wet snow after midnight. Windy, colder with a low dipping into the mid-20s by daybreak. On Wednesday, sunny, blustery with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest trust you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth defended the strikes on suspected drug boats today.
As I've said, and I'll say again, we've only just begun striking narco boats and putting narco terrorists at the bottom of the ocean because they've been poisoning the American people.
CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
And he did respond to questions later specifically about whether he watched the attack on that ship and then the second one that would have taken out the two survivors that were clinging to the boat. What he says now is he did not see that second attack because he had gone on to another meeting.
President Trump said again he didn't know there was a second strike. Meteorologist Rob Marciano has the latest on the powerful storm sweeping into the Northeast.
You hear that? That's yet another snowplow truck that's coming through. So they're trying to keep up with keeping the roads clear, but it's a difficult battle.
Parts of New England could get 10 inches of snow. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State police were busy on Connecticut's roads and highways during the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Troopers responded to nearly 5,300 calls for service during the weekend, including 475 crashes. More than 30 of the holiday crashes involved injuries, and 2 of those collisions led to deaths. The deadly crashes were in Groton and in Montville. Troopers also report making over 1,200 traffic stops for a variety of infractions and made 30 DUI arrests. The newly elected Bridgeport City Council has failed to elect a new president. Mayor Joe Ganim presided over Monday's first meeting since the council members were sworn in for new terms. Councilwoman Jeanette Herron received 10 votes for president, and last session's leader, Aidi Nieves, received 8 votes, with 2 members voting no. Ganim said their no votes served as abstentions under council rules, which are not allowed without an ethical conflict of interest.
I'm going to let that go this time, and then I'm going to clarify a no vote is an abstention. You can argue if you want, but we're not going to do it here. We're not going to do it here, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, please continue with the vote.
Ganim adjourned the meeting and said that the matter would be resolved soon. Law enforcement officials are warning Connecticut residents about violent extremist groups that target teenagers online. Several years ago, a teen in Vernon was arrested for calling in several bomb threats to her school. Police later discovered that her actions were due to blackmail from an online group that targets vulnerable teens. In a conversation with WFSB Channel 3, FBI Special Agent P.J. O'Brien described the group's methods.
Taking a sexually explicit photograph or a video that includes some sort of sexually explicit activity. And then once they have that, they use that as leverage to exploit the victim to do more and more activities.
Law enforcement experts are warning parents to always be aware of their children's online activities. And former Fairfield Police Chief Gary McNamara also warned that teens are not the only group susceptible to this kind of manipulation.
The online arena is not necessarily your friend. These are subtle activities that occur. Adults fall for them as well. So I think we always have to remember when you're online, you are always potentially subject to some sort of exploitation.
New Canaan firefighters have issued a vote of no confidence in Fire Chief Albert Bassett. The vote was taken after Bassett was found to have violated the town ethics code and was issued a short suspension last month. In declaring a lack of confidence in Bassett, the International Association of Firefighters Local 3224 says in a statement that his actions are a profound breach of trust. The union is demanding department leadership that models integrity, not leadership that erodes it. The lead attorney for convicted former state budget official Costa Diamantis is looking to withdraw from his next trial. Norm Pattis said in a court motion that he has not been fully paid for the first trial by Diamantis, which led to his conviction on all corruption charges he faced. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Pattis was blunt in his description of the prison time Diamantis may face.
Mr. Diamantis is facing a catastrophic sentence. He'll be lucky to get out of this with less than 10 to 12 years.
Diamantis is now facing a second trial for allegedly trying to stop an audit of Medicaid fraud against the fiancé of a friend. A federal judge will now decide whether Pattis will be allowed to withdraw from the case. And Connecticut received its first taste of winter weather today. The National Weather Service indicated that most of the state received all or mostly rain from the storm. However, the Northwest Hills in Litchfield County saw up to 6 inches of snow. The precipitation will wrap up late tonight with cold temperatures expected in the region tomorrow. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Rain delays persist out there. Watch your speeds, please. 95 north, solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt, at least, is a little bit easier. On 95 out of New Haven, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, crawling along through Shelton up to the bridge. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
Rain ending later this evening. It'll be a blustery night with a low in the mid-20s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm just gandering up at the screen here. This guy, Brian Walsh, who's on trial for the killing and the dismemberment, I guess, of his wife's body. What a horrible case. But I mean, this is how nuts people get. Witness said Walsh searched online for the best ways to dispose of a body. So this is how just purely crazy people are, that they do the ultimate evil in killing another human being. And then they go on, they don't even sit there and say, well, wait a minute, my tracks, we all leave digital fingerprints. It is, folks, I told you, I have always said, and this more and more bears it out, that unless you are defending a loved one, well, whatever, self-defense for yourself or a family member, or it's an act of war, okay? The act of killing another human being in the commission of a crime, or just because you are angry of them, that in and of itself is mental illness. Now, if you're fighting in a war and killing somebody, not the best thing, but you can argue the morality of something like that, right? But some people are just nuts. Meantime, speaking of some people nuts, any of you people out there who show any sort of sympathy to this Luigi Mangione guy, do me a favor, get help. Okay? Well, the health insurance company, no. If you have, because killing that guy did nothing and it accomplished nothing. And upon, further review, as they say on Sundays, looking at the evidence, Targeted, yeah, maybe. But, oh, my God. The women showing up at the courtroom, and, well, they did. Oh, my God, the online stuff. He's hot. Free Luigi Mangione. Really, free Luigi Mangione. How many times did your mother drop you on your head when you were an infant? And from how high up? I mean, seriously. And there were women in some of these memes like drooling over this guy. Are you out of your... Well, that doesn't mean... Just because he kills somebody, it doesn't mean he's not attractive. Oh, my God, you too. Whatever medication you're on, change it. Holy crap. But again, as relatives of mine who have worked in the business and the experts I have interviewed over the years, I used to do a lot of medical topics on a different show. You know, what's the what do we hear from experts all the time? Anywhere from a quarter to a third of people you see walking up and down the street have a diagnosable mental condition. Yeah, I would say so. I definitely would say so. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. By the way, Jim Morris, and please, you people going crazy. Oh, my God, how could Jim Mora leave? Are you serious? Really? He gets an offer to go back to Colorado, where I think he's from or spent a lot of time out there. He gets a team in the Pacific 12, Pac-12. He leaves a school that can't get into a Power 4 conference. And you're wondering why he left? Why would he leave those kids high? Don't worry, UConn will find a coach. My God, the slobbering love we have for some of these people. Mind-numbing. And I got nothing against Jim Mora leaving. He did a good job. Good for him. But listen, you take more money. I mean, come on. Where do you want... Jim Moore is up there. He's in his 60s, I think. Where do you think he wants to spend his last few years? In the mountains of Colorado or at Rentschler Field in East Hartford? Nothing against East Hartford, but come on. Moore's previous contract was going to extend through December 31 of 2028. It's a 4-year deal valued at over $10 million. He was making about $2.5 million annually before bonuses. Now, because he's leaving, and some people were asking me this, yes, part of his new deal with Colorado State is he has to buy his UConn contract out. So he has to pay UConn $1.5 million in monthly installments over the remaining term of his contract. So that means he has to make 36 payments of what? How much would that be? I don't know. What's 1.5 million divided by 36? That's what he can afford it. So he's going to make, I guess, at Colorado State, something over $2 million a year. Oh, there's the buyout clause. Okay, there you go. Oh, he's got different amounts to it. All right, there you go. So at Colorado State, he's got a 5-year deal that includes an escalating base salary. So for the coming season in 2026, he makes $2.4 million a year. In 2027, he makes $2.5 million a year. $2.6 million a year in 2028, $2.7 million a year in 2029, and $2.8 million in 2030. Good on him. He gets 100. These little things in the contract are fascinating to me. Signing bonus just because he signed the contract, $150,000. He gets an annual retention bonus, meaning if he just comes back to work every year over the space of the contract, he gets $150,000. Regular season wins, he gets anywhere from $25,000 to $400,000. If he wins the Pac-12 championship, he gets another $100,000. See, this is the stuff your agent. This is the stuff I got to get my agent to do this. If he makes a non-major bowl game, you've got to have a crapola season not to make a bowl game. If he just makes a bowl game, it's $50,000. If he makes a low-level bowl game and wins, it's $75,000. If he makes the college football playoffs, which is going to start pretty soon, he gets anywhere from $200,000 to $400,000, depending upon how far he goes in the playoffs. Every year they can increase attendance. Or I guess this might be 1 year over the length of the deal. If the home attendance increases by 10% or more, he gets $25,000. It's a new car. Now, there are academic performance issues, too. He gets anywhere, I guess, yearly between $25,000 and $75,000 a year based on things like the team's GPA, the team's graduation success rate, and their academic progress rating, which is their APR. So there you go. What was about that? Now, if he leaves, he's got to pay whatever. So there you go. Listen, I don't besmirch any of these coaches. And if you're Jim Mora, you go from stores in East Hartford to the mountains of Colorado. I don't know about you. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the scenery might be a little nicer.
The cold weather is here, and so is the flavor you've been waiting for. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan's Patata Rustica Pizza is back. Baked on their legendary coal-fired crust, topped with mozzarella, seasoned potatoes, bacon, their 3-cheese blend, and a touch of Pecorino Romano, finished with olive oil. It's comfort by the slice. Cozy up to the chilly weather today at any Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan location. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, celebrating 100 years of Abits. FrankPepePizzeria.com.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear of planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you can start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Rain delays persist out there. Watch your speeds, please. 95 north, solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt, at least, is a little bit easier. On 95 out of New Haven, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, crawling along through Shelton up to the bridge. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111. or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
The rain may end as wet snow after midnight. Windy, colder with a low dipping into the mid-20s by daybreak. On Wednesday, sunny, blustery with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back and only on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, so listen, nothing against beautiful Rentschler Field in East Hartford. Nothing against, UConn and Storrs. Been there many times, but come on. And listen, you may say, well, these coaches make so much. No, you have to understand something. A school will pay a coach as much as they can if that coach wins and the alumni checks start coming in. You have to understand, these coaches in basically college basketball and football, to a lesser extent in baseball and hockey, they're fundraisers for these schools. Yeah, I know, as crazy as it sounds, but alumni like their schools to win. And, Nick Saban from Alabama, I remember a thing on 60 Minutes where the president of Alabama said Nick Saban is the best fundraiser we have. That's why we pay him $12 million a year. That's it. It's what it is. All right, some real quick calls to go through. Bob and Trumbull. Bob, go. What's up?
Hey, back to the boats.
Yeah.
If they have a hearing, my question to them would be, why did it take 2 shots? Do we need more target practice for these guys? Isn't there a tulip field here in Connecticut? And we can have tiny brain Tims running around and we can have target practice?
No. We don't. No, come on. Be nice, Bob. Will you? Come on. Let's not talk about other callers. We're all one big family here. Jerry in Stratford. Jerry, what's up?
Paul, I'm calling about an aspect of this National Guard shooting in Washington, D.C. Stinks to the high heaven.
Okay.
And here's what I wanted to say, that why would a married man with 5 children drive 3,000 miles from Washington State to Washington, D.C., not just for a homicide mission, but a suicide mission?
Yeah.
Now, I know that the Times set the narrative by saying, he was PTSD and didn't, feeling bad about what he did. But I wonder, the option A is, was he recruited by some jihadist group? Maybe. But option B is, was he recruited by his old pals at the CIA? They put the arm on him, and they said, hey, we this is part of our color revolution. We want you, because after all, the new Hillary Clinton, Elise Slotnick, had said a month before that these guys were targets. I don't know why there are any more targets than police officers, or why they're any more targeted than if they were, in Iraq or Afghanistan or anywhere else around the world. But so I think whatever means necessary, we have to find out, was this guy recruited, trained, and sent and coerced to do this by either jihadists or what we'll call deep staters?
Apparently. Yeah, and Jerry, thank you. I'm running short on time here. Apparently, his family says he's been having mental problems for years. Now, was he recruited? Who knows? Who knows? And if there is a deep state thing going on, we'll never find out about it. Jerry, that's just my opinion. I don't know. Horrible that one 20-year-old and the National Guard was killed. I guess the 24-year-old guardsman, I guess he's doing a little better. He gave the thumbs up, they said, to people that were visiting him the other day. But, now I guess there were 2 levels of vetting. They said he was vetted initially to assist U.S. or coalition forces in Afghanistan. That should not have allowed him in the country. There should have been a second level of vetting here. But apparently the Trump White House rubber-stamped a lot of this. Listen. The finger pointing is going to go on and on. Just, like I like to say, just freaking fix it. That's all. Just fix it. Make sure it doesn't happen again. And if that means you have a timeout put on some of these visas, you do it. But it doesn't mean that you just say, well, everybody can't come in or we're going to kick everybody out. It doesn't work that way. What do I say all the time? Scalpel instead of a sledgehammer. That's all. Less collateral damage. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, E. Frank in Astoria. E. Frank, I was in Astoria last week.
Oh, I will always welcome you coming through the RFK Triborough Bridge. You're
Yes,
always
what I
welcome to
did.
come here.
Left lane, I got all. I said, there it is. Left lane, right lane. I had a very nice brunch with my son. A nice Greek diner. It was very good.
Very good. Always welcome here. And also Melissa Sheketoff as well.
Okay. How about Mom Donnie? You all set for that?
Oh,
Frank?
yes. I was waiting for this. Paul. I know they were going to throw this at me.
Yeah.
Very discontent. He won by a little bit more than 50%.
Yeah.
Leaving Curtis Sliwa in the dust and, of course, leaving Andrew Cuomo severely damaged.
Yeah.
But I would say that now that the transition papers are going in from our outgoing mayor Eric Adams, we have to expect this socialistic, communistic idea that's coming into New York, and we're going to see and try it out to see how it works.
And you know, E. Frank, I am heartened to see. Now we'll see what happens. At least Jessica Tisch is going to at least start and stay on as a police commissioner. So to me, that's a good idea. We'll see, right?
We'll see. Let's just wait.
All right, E. Frank, thank you. Yeah, I was in E. Frank's neighborhood. Well, I don't know where he is in Astoria. Astoria is a very bustling, large area of Queens. But I was there. And let me tell you something. I couldn't tell you the name of the place I was in with my son. But, man, that was some good omelet.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Rain delays persist out there. Watch your speeds, please. 95 north, solid hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt, at least, is a little bit easier. On 95 out of New Haven, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, crawling along through Shelton up to the bridge. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. The next Krause with WICC traffic.
Rain ending later this evening. It'll be a blustery night with a low in the mid-20s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 30s to near 40. Thursday, partly sunny with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to carbeautyrealestate.com.
Hey y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty and Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty and Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth. It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty and Company Realtors. And remember,
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to carbeautyrealestate.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, kids, be careful out there tonight. Like Paul Piorek said, all the precipitation is going to last probably till around midnight or a little after. But it's a shade raw out there. It's brisk. So, again, you know, you may have some freezing. You know what I got to buy that I keep forgetting? Those, and maybe it's old people thing. Although I know a lot of folks who actually use them. Those kind of elastic spikes you put over shoes and sneakers and everything. Those studs, I got to get one of those. I don't want to slip and fracture my arse on the ice. Yeah. So what? We got our first frozen precipitation kind of late this year, right? Doesn't it usually come earlier? I don't know. Don't look at me. I'm not a weather guy. Hey, Chris Williams, thank you. Folks, be good. News coming up next. We will see you on the morrow.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth responded to questions today about a second strike on a drug boat back in September with possible survivors of the first strike on board.
I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do. And by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat.
And President Trump was asked again what he knew.
I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes.
Security contributor Sam Vinograd.
Certainly there are questions about whether the individuals that are targeted can actually be viewed as enemy combatants. And then even if they are, the legality of striking individuals that are wounded, that are survivors, that are potential detainees is very clear. You just can't do it, whether under international law or domestic law. So I think we're going to see a broad discussion on the legality of these strikes overall, and then, of course, the follow-up strikes allegedly against survivors.
The former president of Honduras was freed from a prison in West Virginia today after a pardon from President Trump. Christopher Cruz reports.
Juan Orlando Hernandez was sentenced last year to decades in prison for his role in helping drug traffickers move hundreds of tons of cocaine to the United States. On Sunday, reporters asked President Trump why he pardoned Hernandez. He said the people of Honduras really thought he was set up. They said it was a Biden administration setup, and I looked at the facts and I agreed with them.
The Afghan suspect in last week's shooting of 2 National Guard troops in Washington pleaded not guilty today from his hospital bed. The administration is halting all asylum decisions following the attack, and President Trump says he doesn't want Somali immigrants in the U.S. Allison Keyes reports.
President Trump claims without evidence that people from Somalia contribute nothing to this nation.
I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason.
But Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry says the Somali community has added greatly to the city.
The economic fabric, their hard work, their leadership.
Federal authorities are preparing an immigration enforcement operation in Minnesota. The administration may be withholding SNAP food aid from Democratic-led states. That's because it wants information on recipients, including their immigration status. On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Catch up on what you missed. The best of Melissa in the Morning. Now on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
It's being called a targeted attack that started as a street takeover here in Connecticut. Let's head to East Haven, where police are actively searching for several people who they say carried out a targeted attack on one of their officers. This happened a couple of days ago, but it says that several officers responded to a ShopRite Light Plaza just before 2:30 in the morning for a report of numerous vehicles blocking the roads, performing burnouts. You've heard about this before. And when the first officer showed up, he was reportedly confronted by several people in masks. One person reportedly spraying the officer's cruiser with a fire extinguisher and then throwing the extinguisher at the cruiser. It continues by saying that multiple people climbed onto the police vehicle, kicking it and going on and on about this street takeover turned into targeted attack on police. And of course, it leads us to have yet another conversation about what, if anything, is Connecticut doing to better protect people and now including officers in street takeover situations. Joining us now to talk about this is State Senator Jason Perillo, who represents Connecticut's 21st District. That includes Stratford, Seymour, Shelton, and Monroe, all places where street takeovers have been reported in just the past year. He also happens to be a member of Connecticut's Judiciary Committee. And one thing is for sure, are there stiff enough penalties for the people who are committing these crimes? Senator Perillo, thank you so much for being here and weighing in on this conversation.
Good morning, Melissa. Thank you.
So I guess let's start there. I would imagine the answer is no. We don't have stiff enough penalties for people who commit these crimes. But I do know that this has been certainly a focus for lawmakers the last couple of legislative sessions. What can you tell us?
Well, first of all, penalties were increased at the end of last session. However, the original version of the legislation was much tougher than what eventually was approved. And look, I voted for what went through, but it still wasn't everything that I wanted. It wasn't everything that a lot of other legislators wanted as well. It was a compromise, but clearly a compromise that hasn't worked. Because let's sort of turn back the clock. The seeds of this were sown years ago when the legislature, along party lines, backed by Democrats, passed what was then known as the Police Accountability Bill. The thought process was that, we're going to hold police officers accountable for things that go wrong during arrests and whatnot, which, all right, I get it. But look what happened. And you've covered this. And if you ask a police officer, they'll tell you the bill really tied the hands of police officers and made it extraordinarily difficult for them to do their jobs, especially when it came to detaining criminals and when it comes to actually meting out the punishments and the penalties that are required under law. So fast forward to today. We passed a number of additional penalties, everything from confiscation of ATVs to stiffer penalties as they pertain to license suspension. But again, we've created this culture where the laws don't apply to some people. And quite honestly, they don't care about what the laws are. So play this out. If somebody is at a street takeover and they get caught and they're a third time, by the way, it takes 3 times, their license is suspended. So what do? They just go out and drive anyways because there's just no respect for the law and law enforcement. And the legislature created that problem.
So I was going to ask that, Senator Perillo. No, you're fine. I was going to ask, you do believe that the police accountability law that was passed years ago, that was 2019, 2020? I can't remember. I mean, that was all during COVID, I remember. But it was what, 5-6 years ago they passed that?
That's about right.
Okay. So do you do believe that coincides with things like the uptick in street takeovers, for example?
Oh, I don't believe it. I know it. You can trace a lot of the increases in crime, particularly crimes like this. If you remember, there was the huge rash of car break-ins a few years ago. Everywhere it was happening.